Happy Friday, or should I say Friday? You guys, I'm down 5 whole pounds. Got on the scale this morning and I'm down 5 pounds. Yes, 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 yes. I am so excited about that. Always exciting. My hair's still damp. That's okay though, right? It's okay. Hold on. Sorry, I had a little bit of a coughing fit for a minute. But happy Friday. Let me get a drink of coffee. Spring is springing. I got Easter lilies popped out all over the yard. They're so pretty. Well, the bright yellow daffodils. That's what they are. I call them Easter lilies, but I don't think that's what they're actually called. But anyway. So, I have something. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. I want to say hey to everybody in the chat real quick. Hey, Margaret and Morgana and Gail. Hi, guys. Hey, Sherry. Hi, how are you? Hey, Donnie. Patricia. Happy Friday. Thank you, guys. Yeah, that's what the mute button is good for. I love the mute button. So, okay. I'm going to say a couple things real quick before we get started on today. I do have to pop off here in a second because kiddo, math, 1 o'clock in like 8 minutes. But I'll get the stream started, the court day started here in just a second. But before I do, I just want to say, okay, that I can't thank all of y'all, everybody that comes in here every single day. You guys are the bee's knees. Like, I wouldn't have, there would be no channel if it weren't for all of you. And I appreciate you so much. I don't say that enough. Thank you for being my true crime family. And I love you guys so super duper much. And I love that we've built this fun community. And we all know a little bit about everybody. You know, I mean, we know that Patricia likes to lie to her, not lie, but, you know, don't tell her husband about jackets that she buys. We know that Margaret likes to hide under the refrigerator from time to time. You know, I'm just trying to pick people out of the chat. Donnie, you know, we know that Donnie looks super cute in a ball cap. I mean, we know these things, right? We know that Gail is the super lurker. I did call Morgana, I did call Patricia a liar. I did. She lied about a jacket. Is it the jacket that you're wearing in your profile picture? Because if so, I love it. I love it. I mean, we know the foods that each other like. Like for instance, I know now that Sherry Jones loves sweet potatoes. I mean, I just love that we love each other, right? Okay. I love it. It is the jacket in your picture. Okay. Okay. Good deal. I thought so. I mean, I would be showing that bad boy off too. It's totally gives me Dolly Parton vibes. The coat of many colors, you know. Um but I want to say also that this channel, you know, runs with you guys behind it, pushing it. And then we have moderators. Our moderators are, you know, the runners and doers and getters and do, you know, all the things. And they keep, and chocolate peanut butter. Yes, Sherry. Oh, hold on. My 5-minute warning for math class is going off on my phone. Um, the moderators keep this place safe. And, you know, we love our moderators. Morgana in the chat sent me a little gift yesterday in honor of our moderators. Okay? In honor of our moderators. And I want to share it with you guys. So Morgana and her daughter, I think her daughter did it, but with Morgana's assistance, you know, because, and she surprised it with me, and I fell in love with it, and I thought it was perfect to be a very sweet way to honor the mods here. So I'll share it here in just a second. Patricia says, back when I was a kid, I got a free book from that Dolly Parton charity, and it was her Coat of Many Colors book. Oh, my God. Our kids have that book, too. Yeah, I love that book. All right, you guys. Hold on just a second. Let me move myself out of the way. You guys, let me introduce to you. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this. Let me introduce to you the back part of the cafe where the moderators hang out. That's Kel. The wheelchair is for spins. We have the grounds on the laptop, my double glasses on the table. We have Margaret's photo hanging up over the doorway. I'm going to play it one more time, and I don't know, I'm not sure if I can pause it. Top right shelf is the pickle for QB, the banana for Morgana, the wheelchair is for spins. Again, I want to be able to stop it and rewind it. I might have to not do it in StreamYard and just do that is the cutest thing I have ever seen in my life. Donnie, cute, right? The missing poster. I do have the screenshots. Ah, shoot. Let me, I have to email them to myself. Hold on. Let me email them. I forgot about the screenshots. Dang. Hold on. Okay, so there was that one. Okay, let me make my screen bigger. Okay. I'll be okay if it's a couple minutes late. They always run a couple minutes late getting the kids in. So we have our top mod, Kel. And then on the top shelf, we have the pickle for QB, the banana for Morgana. And then we have the frog sitting on the log on the top shelf too. That's Steph, of course. And then we have all the sweets down underneath on the two bottom shelves. I'll play it one more time so you guys can see better. But I have to figure out a way to pause it. We have all the sweets on the bottom all the snacks because when Lee pops in, he likes to drop the snacks in the chat every once in a while. We miss you, Lee. Also, Laura, Anxiety Art Adventures, is a moderator and she calls everybody sugar, and there's all the sugar, right? And then on the bottom shelf, we've got a Pop Tart for Sarah Boone. Hold on a minute. Yeah. And then we have the grounds on the laptop, my double glasses. So cute. Okay, let's play it one more time. One more time. We got Morgana, or not Morgana, but we've got Margaret's picture of her stuck under the fridge on above the door. Hold on, here we go. One more time. Let me move me out of the way. I love the clink clink. This picture of Kel cracks me up. There's the frog log. Spins, and y'all know how Spins got stuck on her wheelchair on the laundry bag. It's supposed to be a laundry bag. The double glasses kill me. There's more. There's a Margaret above the doorway. I love it so much. I love it so much. Oh my God, I love it. It's the best thing ever. Morgana, I cannot thank you and your kiddo enough for that. It's the best thing since sliced bread. Spins running over her vag, right? Oh my God. Patricia said, I can appreciate that there's no refrigerator in the mod break room. Wouldn't want Margaret getting stuck under there. Yes, zebra picture frame for Kel. Oh my God, you guys. Kel is a top mod. A zebra print around the picture frame that Kel's in. You'll have to rewind it and look at it, Donnie. It's epic. Epic. Thank you, Cherie. Okay, you guys, I'll be back in about 25, 30-ish minutes. But if you guys popping in missed the new mod video, go back, rewind it just a couple minutes, and look at it. It's the cutest thing ever on the planet of everness. I'm going to start this stream, and I will be back as soon as her math class is over, okay? I'll be back momentarily.
The placards and the shell casings and so forth.
I did.
Okay. And that's all, the shell casings.
announced your entrance.
Thank you all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here, for being on time this morning. I trust you all had a nice, relaxing evening. So before we begin, I do want to say some words to you. I know I've given you instructions multiple times on this case about the importance of staying away from media coverage about this case, and I trust you've all been doing that. But I have been told by folks that there's been a lot of discussion or chatter about this case on various websites. There are like those community pages and those town Facebook pages. So I don't think there's any issue with it, but I am just warning you, as you're on the internet or as you're going around to various places on the internet, just be mindful that on any of those sort of community website pages in this area, there could be posts or chatter about this case because it has drawn some attention. And I want to be sure that we have a fair trial in this case and that we don't do anything which would jeopardize the fairness of the trial or the integrity of this process. Okay? So with that, we will continue with the cross-examination of this witness. Counsel, you may proceed.
Morning, Detective.
Good morning.
And I want to probably backtrack, go over a few things with you, and then we're going to go through some video too, okay?
Yes, sir.
Before I start, I want to make sure that, if I can, Your Honor, I want to introduce you to my assistant. That's Anara. They make believe I'm the boss at the office, but I'm not the boss at the office. And she's going to handle some of the video stuff as we go through, okay?
Okay.
But let me get back to where we are. And you went through fairly thoroughly your evening on April 4th of last year and how you were contacted and what you did, and that's quite helpful. About what time did you say you got to the scene?
I'd really have to look at my reports. Maybe 11:30, 11.
Okay.
I'd have to look at the
All right.
call log there.
All right, but by the time you had gotten there, Kyle had been taken off the scene.
That's correct.
Right. And processing was your big number one thing, right?
On the scene, correct.
Right. And you talked to the jury about the placards and the shell casings and so forth.
I did.
Okay. And that's all, the shell casings were all in pretty much the same area, right?
Yeah, around the same area in the roadway there.
Right. And the mark where Kyle was found and where he was treated was in the same area as the shell casing.
From probably about me to you.
And that particular spot is easy to find because you'll see blood. I mean, you'll see red in the snow, right?
There was like a higher concentration of blood there, and we saw him in the video as well.
Right. And that particular concentration of blood was right in front of 41 Summer Street. Right?
That's correct.
And 41 Summer Street is the residence of Jason, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, it was right in front of his front steps, right?
Yeah, there's a front porch step area there and a side entrance as well in the driveway.
Right.
So it was on the front there.
So as we're looking at video, but I mean, basically, the shooting takes place like right in front of his house.
In the roadway in front of his house, at 41.
Okay. And his particular motor vehicle, the truck, was parked like in front of his driveway.
When I responded for the crime scene or during?
No. During the videos. I'm just trying to go through.
During the videos, it's in the roadway of Summer Street.
Right. When you got there, the vehicle was in the driveway.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you were processing. Now, let's go through this. You showed the jury. Let me just approach for a second.
Mm-hmm.
State's Exhibit 5, that's a firearm.
Correct.
Okay. And this is a firearm that would have been retrieved from Jason's truck.
Yes, it was in the driver's seat of the truck.
Okay, let me talk to you about that for a second. Your understanding and the means in which you actually procured the firearm is that Jason gave police permission to go into his truck and retrieve it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so apparently there's no math class today. I don't know what happened, but they didn't appear on the stream. I don't know what happened. They always take a few minutes to like get the kids settled and ready because they're like transitioning from something else to math, you know. So I know I didn't like miss them, and she would have left the stream up anyway, you know, even if we were a couple minutes late. But yeah, no, nothing. I didn't get a message though. That's weird. Maybe I forgot that they were doing something today. I don't remember them like her canceling today's virtual lesson for any reason. I don't know. I'll have to send her a message and let her know we were there. Okay, sorry for the interruption, but I'm here. Hey, Chrissy, I missed you popping in. I think I was popping out as you were popping in. Hi, Chrissy. Oh, by the way, Chrissy, I sent you a message back, a reply. Ma'am, I don't know if you saw it or not. Oh my God, alarm clock. Chill out. Hold on, let me go turn my alarm off. Stop. Okay. Chapstick. Done. Okay. Let's get back to this.
And when they retrieved it, they noticed that it was lying right where Jason told them it would be.
Yes.
And that he had made sure and told them that what he did with the firearm was to remove the magazine, separate it from the firearm, and leave it there for them, right?
I'm not sure what he told other detectives there. I was told that it was going to be in the driver's seat.
Right.
And that's how I found it.
Yeah, you saw it separated from the magazine.
Correct.
All right. Nobody from Rochester PD separated the magazine from the firearm.
Not from my understanding, no one touched the firearm.
All right. So I guess we can infer that if nobody else did it, Jason would have been the guy that did it.
That would be, yeah, correct.
Okay. And he would have done it prior to the police getting it.
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding is that when he was asked for permission to search the truck, he readily gave permission to the Rochester PD.
Yes.
There was a form that he actually signed, I believe.
Yes, I believe he had signed a permission to search form through Detective Garson.
Right, and just briefly for the jury, the permission to search form kind of lays out his rights where he doesn't have to give permission to the police, right?
That's correct. It's a form that basically explains what we would like to search and the fact that you have a constitutional right to say, no, we don't want this to be searched. And that way we'd have to look at other means if we'd have to go through a search warrant, other options.
Right, but you didn't have to go through other options because, quite frankly, Jason made it easy.
He signed the consent to search, which granted us the right to search him.
But also during the processing, it came to your understanding that Jason communicated that he actually had video cameras, right?
Correct.
And again, that coming from him to you was something that he volunteered, right?
Yes.
And he volunteered it, and not only did he volunteer that he had video surveillance, he actually said, again, you don't have to get a search warrant. I'm allowing you to go and take whatever I have.
Yeah, he signed the consent form for the Night Owl DVR systems.
Right. And those are in fact, one of those systems shows that good shot of his driveway straight down to Summer Street, right?
It does show the driveway, yeah.
And that's from his system that he voluntarily said you can have.
Yes.
And then your understanding is that he agreed to go to the police station?
I was told that he had surrendered and was detained and brought back to the police station, and I had responded to the station for the initial evidence crime scene.
Right. When the Rochester police got to the scene, he didn't give him any problems. He said,
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Right.
Watching video, I don't see that either.
and he just readily went with the Rochester PD to be questioned at the Rochester Police Department.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to make sure that's where we are for that evening. Also, there's an indication that once he parked the truck and prior to the police getting there, there's no indication in the snow that he tried to back the truck up or evade anybody, right?
I didn't see that, no.
He basically stayed there and waited for the police to come.
Yes.
You also found in the truck a loaded magazine with 9mm ammunition in it, right?
I did.
And that would have been during the course of you going through the truck, the very truck that he gave you permission to search and go through anything you wanted.
Yes.
He gave you permission to go into his home and search and look for anything you wanted. Correct?
To obtain the DVR systems for the recording, we were given permission to do that.
Did you ask him for anything else? I mean, did he deny anything? Did he say he didn't?
I never spoke to Mr. Levesque at all.
Any information that he didn't want you in the house?
This is from me on scene, processing the scene, saying, hey, we have this truck. What's the deal with this? And speaking to Detective Garson, who was speaking directly with Mr. Levesque. So I'm not sure, other than the fact that we were granted permission to obtain the 2 DVR systems as well as go into the truck to search.
Okay. Now, you showed, we were viewing videos yesterday, and some of them are tough to watch, not only because of the content, but because of the distance. You know, it looks like small people. It's tough to see actual, humans even interacting. Would you agree?
I wouldn't really agree with that. I can see 2 people living face to face. I can't see a conversation, but I can see the movements of the bodies.
You can see some movement, but that first one, that Exhibit 2 from the state that was shown, the first series on that, is from a distant camera from 43 Summer Street, correct?
We didn't play 43 video surveillance yesterday, so I'm not sure.
Well, actually, we did.
The 43, the audio?
Yeah, it had audio on it.
I'm trying to recall.
I think you actually went through, well, maybe we didn't, but I mean, you actually went through it, right, 43?
I did in the course of my investigation. I don't recall that specific camera angle being shown yesterday.
It's okay, we're going to get to that. 43, you went through line by line, second by second. You tried to break it down, right?
Yes, sir.
But that 43 video is a distant video.
That one is the furthest video away in the scheme of, distance to where the location was, correct?
Right. It's actually, you'd agree with me, tough to see the 2 individuals interacting closely.
For that one, yes.
But it did have audio on it that you broke down, right?
Yes, sir.
And you broke it down specifically. It was recorded at 10:11:22 p.m., which would mean 11 minutes after 10, right?
Yes.
And 22 seconds.
Yes.
And it was at that point in time that you heard and recorded, yep, there he goes. I don't know. He's all the way out there. He better not do anything stupid.
Objection, Your Honor.
approaching. Mr. Ichabod Crane. Do you guys have any plans for the weekend? What are your plans for the weekend? I swear I'm going to watch the Lori Vallow Daybell interview with Keith Morrison on Dateline. I still have not watched it. I started it one night this week. I don't remember which night it was. I started it, but fell like asleep within 5 minutes. So, I think we're supposed to get some bad weather this weekend. I don't know. Ooh, lunch with Chris. Fun, Donnie. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go? What are you going to eat?
Let me just go back to that a second, Detective. At 10:11:22. Okay, thanks, Kerrigan.
Graham is so good.
I'm not going to test it. I'm going to have a medical emergency.
Ooh, that sounds cool, Donnie. Whiskey cake for my favorite salad.
At 10:11:22, in your analysis, you've got Angela LaChance saying, "Yep, there he goes. I don't know, he's all the way out there. He better not do anything stupid," right?
Yes,
And that's part of your breakdown on that video from 43.
from 43, yep.
So on that breakdown from 43, you're also watching an individual that you would have identified as Kyle in your report.
Yes, Kyle Violette.
And in that particular video, just 8 seconds after that exclamation or that statement, you note in your report that Kyle is up close to Jason Levesque, who is outside his truck. Right?
I do.
And then at 10:11:37, you note that Kyle begins walking away from Jason back towards his house, right? Neil?
If that's what it says in the bullets, yes. That's,
Yeah. Because you're keeping second by second track of this.
yeah, I was using a like a VLC player with a frame by frame, so you can click multiple frames in 1 second span, just because the movements were very quick.
Yep. And then at 10:11:37, you've got it noted that Kyle begins walking away from Jason back towards his house, right?
Yes.
But at 10:11:41, you hear Angela say, he better not do anything fucking dumb, end quote, right?
I do.
And 4 seconds later, Kyle turns around and begins walking back toward Jason.
Yes.
So he doesn't continue on his way to his house, right?
Not at that time, if I note that he's walking towards Jason.
And right after the statement from Angela, you see on the video Kyle turning around and walking back toward Jason. Right?
Yes.
Nothing would have obstructed him from going right home, right?
Correct.
There was no firearm displayed at that point in time, was there?
No.
And again, we don't have audio, so you don't know what was coming out of his mouth, right?
From my understanding, so that audio camera is the only one that had audio. You're not able to hear any conversations. If they were screaming at each other, I would assume that we could hear that because we can hear Kylan screaming outside. We can hear the conversations inside from Angela to her daughter, and we can hear them yelling outside, but the audio doesn't pick up what is being said between Mr. Levesque and Mr. Violette. That's
Right,
correct.
right. I mean, you don't know what Kyle is saying to Jason.
Not at all.
You didn't know what he was saying when he was up close to him, right?
Correct.
You don't know what he was saying when he turned around and was pointing at things, right?
I do not.
And you don't know what he was saying when he, instead of going home, turned around and started back toward Jason, right?
That's correct.
And again, that's before any firearms display. Correct?
Yes.
Now, the shooting takes place just a second or two after that, right? From your break-in.
Yes.
So it happens very quickly after Kyle turns around from walking away and then goes toward Jason.
The first shot.
Okay. Agreed?
I'd agree.
And that's from that angle. Did you do any other video work? Did you slow it down? Did you blow it up? Did you do anything like that?
So on all videos, I would either use the frame by frame, and then on VLC Player has an interactive zoom, which is just a zoom feature where I can take a box and drag it towards a certain area, and zoom doesn't distort anything, but it makes it bigger, so I can see. So I did do that to see, try to capture more of the movements or anything.
Okay. Well, we're going to show you a few videos in just a second. They're just answers A, B, and C. A, B, and C.
Okay.
And a lot of what you just described, like blow up and slow down, and definition,
Yep.
is going to be broken down in those. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And I'll ask you when we show them, with the court's permission, if you can step down to the well. because I'll ask questions
Interesting.
for you, as we go through.
Okay.
Okay, good, fair enough. We can set up, Judge? Thank you.
Very interesting, Donnie. What's it about, the Testament? Uh-oh. Why is it sticking? Oh, a follow-up on the Handmaid's Tale.
Tell me when you're ready.
Oh.
We'll go with A first.
Council, clarifying question. Has this been marked as an ID or an exhibit for, has it been admitted?
Household A, B, and C are fully exhibited by agreement.
That is correct.
Very good.
The age of technology.
Is that our laptop? Do you want to use the other computer?
Council, would it make sense to just take a 5-minute break?
No, I think we fixed it. I think it was plugged into the wrong port.
Okay.
Not to speak for existing.
I don't know.
Thank you.
We know. I think at this point it does make sense. We could use a little break anyway. We're gonna take a 5-minute little recess, give you all a chance to stretch your legs. We'll get our technology straightened out and, oh, wait a minute. Are we there?
We're here.
Is that gonna work?
Yes. Should be, Your Honor. Fingers crossed.
All right, everybody still good? The jurors, you all still good? All right. Let's see if we can make this work.
Okay. Why don't you stop it right there? There we go. It's kind of self-explanatory. We've got a box around an individual there, and that would be Kyle Violette, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is the video from 43 Summer Street, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we continue? And why don't we stop right here? All right, now, at that point in time, do you see Jason at all in the frame?
He's partially obstructed by the door.
Right, he's actually bending down.
Yes.
Right, so he's bending down. Is there any indication from that frame that Jason even is aware that Kyle Violette's approaching him?
Not that I can see.
Why don't we continue? Okay, why don't we hold right there? Now, this is the initial contact or the initial approach by Violette to Jason, right?
I have to watch. You're combining different clips. This is a 41 Summer Street, so
Yep.
I couldn't honestly tell you yes it is because I know that he goes back and forth multiple times.
Okay.
So with you combining them, I'm not sure.
No, that's fair. And what we're going to do is we'll continue with this so you can identify if you believe it's the first contact.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Right there, hold it. Now, do you recall that being the first contact?
I do.
Okay. And what do you see? Just, I mean, we have to have a record of this. What do you see?
Sure. I recall it being the first contact because it's face to face with him.
It's face to face, and that's, we blew that up a bit so that the jury can see it a little bit clearer. Is that clearer than what they've seen before?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. So that's the first contact or first, I'll just say, initial contact between Violette and Jason, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why don't we continue? He's pointing, stop. Did he have another contact there right before he's turning around?
He seems to be continuing to talk to him.
Do you see Jason talking to anybody?
I can't see anyone but moving.
Well, why don't we go back? Can we back that up a little bit? Started? Okay. Okay, stop. And that's the first contact?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's start it again. Now stop. That's the second, right?
Yes, sir.
Start it again. Now there's the third, right?
If you're talking about contact with him kind of looking like he's re-engaging, yes.
Yes, he's re-engaging. That's right. And Jason is making absolutely no indications whatsoever of wanting to engage with him. He didn't follow him, right?
He's not following.
Right. He's just standing in the same spot.
He is.
And now we got Kyle walking away for a bit, right? Stop. Now he's looking back. He looks back. He started pointing, right?
Yes.
It appears as though he's saying something, isn't
It looks like he's saying something.
it? Does it look like Jason's saying anything?
Doesn't look like it.
Why don't we continue? He's still pointing, right?
There he is.
Yeah, now he's turning back. And when he turns back, that's when the firearm is raised and he's shot. He discharged. Correct?
So this is a combo of different screens.
It is. You can stop right there.
So in my opinion, when I'm looking at that, this makes it look very quick, as if he shoots the one shot and then instantly shoots the 5 others. When I'm looking at the other DVRs, or the DLC, frame by frame, I see that he walks 5 steps forward while Kyle Violette is on his back trying to crawl away.
No, we've got that too.
Okay.
All right.
But, so that's,
No, I'm just trying to get the number of times that Kyle engaged with Jason so that the jury can see what we're talking about.
okay.
And I think we're up to 4 or 5 when he
You
turns.
could be correct. Yeah.
Okay. So if we can continue. All right, is there slow motion edit? This may be a little clearer as to the context. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 'and as he's walking back, that's when the firearm comes out, correct?
Yes.
So the firearm doesn't action, and that action is Kyle walking back toward Jason, right?
It looks like he's walking back towards him when the firearm starts to come out.
Correct. Okay. Why don't we go on to Exhibit B?
So the record is clear, Exhibit B is also a full exhibit, correct? Thank you.
Okay, let's play. And why don't we stop a second? And what are we seeing right here?
This looks like Kyle Violette approaching Jason's car.
Okay. If we continue. And stop. Now that's a pretty clear depiction of the initial contact, right?
Of the 2 bodies there.
Yes. And as we saw, the only person approaching another person is Kyle approaching Jason, right?
Yes.
It appears there's 2. Great. Now, can we stop? In none of that sequence, do you see Jason making any movement toward Kyle, correct?
Right.
Right ahead. Stop. Sound. And it looks like Kyle's motioning and saying things to Jason, right?
It does.
And that Jason's doing nothing but standing.
Correct.
Continue. Stop. Now, in all fairness, I know it's a combination of things, but does that appear as though it's a continuation of his walk That just broke off.
And you had a good camera angle from the front of 41 Summer Street that would have shown this as well.
All right, but I'm just saying, does that not look like a continuation of the walk away and then the turning around?
The two different time cuts, yes, it looks like a continuation. It's hard to tell with the edits
All right,
if there's anything else missing.
all right. If we can continue. Now he's going back, right? Stop.
He is.
And it's at that point in time that the firearm is drawn.
Once again, this is two different video surveillance systems, and I do not see Mr. Violette moving at all in there at that point.
You may see him in a second. Why don't we keep playing? There at that stop.
That's in there at that point, yes.
Yeah, and he was facing Jason, right?
He's facing him there after Jason's taken a step forward with the firearm.
Right, and he's still facing him, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. Continue. And that's when the shot's fired, the first one.
That's the first shot.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Can we go on to defendant C? Okay, why don't we stop right here? Now, this is the shot, the camera from the garage area at
Yes.
41.
Correct.
And this is the video surveillance system of they can analyze or do whatever you want it with, right?
Yeah, one of the two.
Okay. Why don't we continue with that? Why don't we stop? Can we back it up just a second? Okay, right there. Well, right there. You don't see Jason's head at all in that frame, do you?
I do not.
Okay. And it's consistent with him bending down, working on his truck or doing some adjustment to the motor vehicle.
It is.
You don't see him reacting to Kyle coming toward him, right?
I do not.
As if he didn't know he was there. Right?
And with the truck parked, I'm not sure. Could have been bent over facing, could have been bent over, so I don't know. I'm just giving my opinion on
No,
it.
that's cool. All right, why don't we keep going on that? Right there. Okay, now he recognizes that Kyle's there, right?
It looks like he is facing me.
He's facing him and he's standing still, correct?
The video is frozen right now.
Right. Still, right?
Yeah, he's not moving.
The only guy moving is Kyle, right?
That's correct.
The only guy making approaches is Kyle, right?
Yes.
The only guy making hand gestures is Kyle, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he comes back, right? Thank you. Can you resume your seat if you could?
Thanks.
Can we reset the video, or put away the video?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, since they're resetting the video, hold on a minute. Kel just came in. She's late, so she hasn't seen the surprise yet. Kel, are you ready for this? I want you to see the surprise. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Hold on, let me Okay, let me put it up here. Look, Kel, watch. There's the zebra print around your photo. You're the top model. Isn't that so cute, Kel? Yeah, it's your moderator hangout. Oh, you rewound to the beginning? So you did see it already then. Okay, well, I'm glad you caught it. It's where we live when we're not on YouTube, said Margaret. Donnie's like, I see a croissant. Oh, it's the best thing ever. Best thing ever. I love Spence' little wheelchair with the laundry bag. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, I think everybody in here probably does, but for the replay crew, so Spins, that's a cool reason why her username is Spins, because wheelchair, you know. But one time she had told, I think QB, that she had gotten stuck on a laundry bag. Her wheel had gotten stuck on a laundry bag in her apartment. And when she typed it, her phone auto-corrected to laundry vag. And so now we always say, don't get stuck on a laundry vag, Spins. It's very cool. I love it. I love it so much. Ah. Oh, she did say it in here? I don't remember that. Maybe I do remember that. It's been too long. I can't remember what I did yesterday, let alone 5 seconds ago. Okay. It's the best thing. I love it. All right. We'll get back to the trial. I don't know about you guys, but from what I could see on the camera, it appeared that the victim did kind of like get into the dude's face. Like it looked like he you know what I mean? But I can't really tell for sure if that's what happened or not. But even at that, I is not reason to pull out a firearm and shoot 6 times or however many times. I mean, that's just nuts to me. Oh, really? Okay, Donnie. Cool. Right, Sherry? It's so cute. I've watched it a million times.
Yeah. Well, we got through that without breaking anything. That's good. You went through yesterday the other work you did on the case. I want to briefly just touch on it. You went down to Boston Medical and you collected a bullet for a frag.
I did.
And any other evidence, again, that you did some photography down there, I guess, right?
Did some
too,
photography
Don.
the first time I went to Boston Medical, which would have been the day after the shooting, and then the bullet, I have it in my report. I think it was on the 16th, but it was a week or two after.
Right.
Yes.
You were tipped off to go down and retrieve it.
Right.
And then the only other thing of any substance, I guess, on this case would have been sitting in on Kyle's interview.
There was the documentation of the, I'm sorry, is your question, did I sit on
Yeah.
I did sit on the interview for the CIC forensic interview.
Yeah. Can you explain what that interview is? I don't want you to talk about what went on in there. We're going to get that.
Understood. Yeah. Forensic interview, when someone goes through something traumatic, oftentimes we try not to have either law enforcement interview. We have trained forensic interviewers. So I would be in a different room. Video would be audio, video recorded. Either police interrogation or anything like that, and more victim-led discussion about what happened so that law enforcement can review. There is a time where I can, the interviewer might step out and I might ask, hey, can you talk about further questions? But that's really what the interviewer would bring up after. And then I get a copy of that video to be able to review it. The goal is to make sure that we're not constantly having law enforcement go interview someone that went through something traumatic, my partner go interview the same person, then DCYF or medical or anything, trying to re-traumatize someone saying that they went through something traumatic multiple times.
Right. And you want to do it in an environment that is, it's not a police station.
Yeah, it's not at the police department. This one would have been at, I think, Haven, over at the community center in Rochester.
Right. It's not even in a police facility.
Correct.
And you do that so that the individual, whomever that may be, is relaxed and so that they can be candid.
That would be the goal as well.
That is the goal.
Yes. The goal is to make sure that they're not constantly being interviewed multiple times too.
Right. And that they give you accurate information.
Yes.
If I could just have a second. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah.
Drives me crazy with these sidebars. I don't feel like we've had to deal with too many sidebars recently, and so I feel like we've gotten spoiled with the lack of sidebars we've had to deal with until this one. This one. Bum 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 bum.
For a break. Is everybody in the jury box okay without a break at this point? We're thinking maybe another a few more minutes, okay? All right, thank you.
Detective Danny, I do have a couple of follow-up questions for you, just based on that.
I think it makes sense, Your Honor, if we just step out of the box and we can set the TV up. It just makes sense to start there.
Detective Danny, I do just want to clarify, clarification on this matter. Did you,
I don't know why it keeps skipping. I don't think it's my internet. I think it's their feed.
okay. In the past, during your investigation, had you viewed that video? Thank you. Detective Danny, I'm actually going to the mouse that controls what's on the computer screen.
They're having major malfunctions.
Yes. So you mentioned the VLC player both just now with me and while you were speaking with defense counsel. Can you just tell us briefly what that is in broad terms?
Sure. I am by no means a software expert. It's a different type of video platform. It has other options to be able to. So I don't have a frame-by-frame in Windows, so I'm constantly pausing. You saw how many times we had to pause. VLC player offers that frame-by-frame option. So that's generally used as a desired use for investigation.
So as you're viewing these videos during your investigation, did you view them in a frame-by-frame
I did.
setting? Are you able to demonstrate for the jury what that looked like as you were viewing it? Actually, Detective Danny, I'm going to move you over here with the court's permission, of course, just so we can maybe get this up with less distraction. And as you're kind of setting this up, are you able to tell the jury, are you doing anything to change the nature of the video itself?
Do you want me to get this up first before? So I just need the file here. So I'm going to the USB, the file. I'm right-clicking, going to open with. Instead of Windows Media Player, I'm going to VLC Media Player to open that.
Is this a photo editing software?
This is, to my knowledge, no, not a photo editing, it's just a viewing. I'm not sure if it has those features. I don't know how to use those.
So as you were viewing the video in the way that the jury is about to see during your investigation, were you altering the, I'm going to say integrity of the video?
No.
Detective, are you able to demonstrate for us how this play-by-play feature looks as you're viewing it in the system?
Sure. Can you all see? Yes. So the bottom screen over here. Can you all see my mouse? Yes. This feature right here is frame by frame. So when I click it, I want you to just pay attention to each shot is different. You'll see that it's snowing. You see the car moving, but you can see that I'm clicking it sometimes, and that the second button up here is not moving all the way. So that's showing that there's multiple frames in 1 second. So if I click it really fast, you'll see that now we're at 5, now we're at 6. So that was a way that instead of just pushing pause, pushing play, pushing pause, and missing something, I wanted to at least see frame by frame, because I think we can agree that what everyone does matter in this case.
So, Detective, I'm going to ask you to do that again for a different portion of this video. Would you be able to move the timestamp, essentially the time bar on this video, so that it is at approximately 1 minute and 15 seconds?
Is that 1 minute and 15?
Yes.
Yes. Is that where we went?
Believe so, yes. Okay. Can we then go through that kind of frame by frame feature that you were talking about?
Did you want the frame by frame or the zoom too?
The frame by frame, please.
Okay. So I'm down here at frame by frame. Shouldn't-
apologize. This is,
Shouldn't.
you have more experience on this than I do.
The bullet should say like 22 something.
We fast forward it to where it is 22:16 at 42 seconds. Is that about where we're at? Okay. Can we go frame by, before we go frame by frame, can you tell us what we're looking at in this video?
This is at 16:40, so 10:16, 40 seconds in, and this is the point where Mr. Levesque looks like he has his firearm pointed towards the direction of the tile.
Okay. Can you go frame by frame for us?
So at this point, the firearm comes out. We can start to see Mr. Violette almost in a turn.
And at that point, I just want to pause you here. Are you able to tell, you'd mentioned just before this that Mr. Violette appears to have turned and seen the gun. Can you tell what direction his body is moving after he has, I'm going to use your words there, has seen the gun, has turned and seen that?
It looks as if, say the houses are behind us and I'm facing, it looks as if he's turning towards the right to turn away.
To turn back in the direction of his house?
Yes.
Please continue with the frame by frame.
So
Can you
this-
pause? At this point, are you able to tell which direction Mr. Violette was heading when the first shot was fired?
At this point, with this video, no.
Okay. Has the first shot been fired at this point in the video?
It is currently
tell
being
us-
fired, yes.
Can you tell us kind of how you can tell?
We can see that explosion from the barrel of the gun.
Please continue.
Oh, also, I caught it this time, Donnie. I need to give Donnie a little bit of sparkle. Thank you, ma'am, for the Cash App. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That'll be my coffee fund for today. Hold on a second. I think I have a... Hi, babe. Hmm? You want a snack and some milk? Okay. She wants a snack and some milk. So I'm going to go fix her a snack and some milk. But thank you so much, Miss Donnie, for the Cash App. I appreciate it. I'll use that towards my coffee fund as per the usual. None of your business, little heifer. She said, what? She heard me say $5. She's like, what? Okay. I'm going to go fix her snack. I will be right back.
At this point, are you able to see where Mr. Violette is?
I'm not.
Are you able to on a different video?
I am.
We'll go there in a moment. But for now, please continue. And if you wouldn't mind just kind of telling us, I know you talked a lot with Attorney Sisti about your process of going through and marking it each time what you see. If you wouldn't mind doing something similar just verbally for us today.
Okay. So if I was to be writing this, I'd say 1642, 1643. I see Jason with his hands down, side facing towards Kyle's direction. One step forward, starts to raise his hand, pointed towards Kyle's direction, but now I see that it's pointed towards the ground more. 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. It's out of frame, partially out of frame. Starting to walk back towards the truck, turns around to look, appears to be looking down, turns back towards the truck and starts walking back towards his truck.
I think we can pause this frame by frame here, and I'm going to see if we can open one of the other videos, the porch view, if you wouldn't mind.
So porch view, I'm right-clicking again, and instead I'm opening with the LCD media player.
in the process of being projected onto the screen, if you wouldn't mind just narrating to the jury, what is this process again that you're going through? Is this the same that you just went through in the first? And again, are you altering the integrity of the video as it exists?
I'm not.
Would you mind fast forwarding to 22/16/36? Is it set up to do that frame by frame that we discussed?
Yes, it is.
Would you mind going through that process and kind of conducting a similar narration of what is visible as you're going frame by frame?
Yep. So I believe I see Kyle walking towards the direction of his house. He's turning, facing towards the direction of Mr. Levesque, walking towards Mr. Levesque. Out of frame, I still see a shadow. Looks like he's taking a step forward. I see both shoes if they're pointed towards the outside as if he's turning.
I just want to clarify what you mean by that. Both shoes as if it's pointed towards the outside.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So if he's facing and turning this way and both of his shoes, I start to see they're not pointed towards the direction of the truck. They're starting to point towards the opposite side of the road, leading me to believe he's turning around.
Thank you. I appreciate your demonstration.
Yeah. At this point, I'm starting to see Mr. Violette fall down to the ground. And I'm starting to see both his hands right here. And I'm starting to see him in the position while he's crawling. He starts to begin to get on all fours and start crawling, facing towards his house. And at this point, I'm starting to see some introduction of, I guess, almost smoke or disturbance, which kind of leads me to believe that these are the next series of shots that are there.
Would that also be consistent with where those shell casings were found and
It
where
would.
the blood was located on the scene when you arrived?
It would.
I know we just watched the previous video where you see more of what the defendant is doing in this moment, but based on the timestamps and what you've seen in both videos, are you able to tell at what point the defendant begins advancing towards Mr. Violette?
I'm sorry, can you say?
Yes. So are you able to tell based on looking at the video we just watched and this one, as well as what both parties are doing during those videos, where Mr. Violette is located when the defendant begins advancing towards him after that first shot, where his body is placed?
Where Kyle Violette's body is placed when Mr. Levesque advances towards him. He's on the ground. Looks like he's either on all fours or trying to crawl facing towards his house.
Thank you. Please continue.
With his back up. This is ultimately where he was, I believe, located in the more concentration area of blood was found.
Your Honor, one moment. Detective Danny, I have one more video that I'd like us to take a look at. Would mind closing out this one.
Counsel, I'm sorry, I thought you've done this before. All the videos you're showing now, these are all contained on State's Exhibit
2. Yes, I apologize, Your Honor. I should have clarified that. These are all in State's Exhibit 2. They will all be made available for the jury.
Just want to record clear on what we're looking at.
Yes.
So these are multiple files on State's Exhibit 2. Thank you.
So, Detective Danny, is there any other way that you were able to view these videos besides that frame by frame in this media player?
Yes.
What else did you use in order to enhance your viewing of these videos?
There's a feature called interactive zoom, which you can get a highlight box and kind of drag and drop to an area that will zoom into that area to see a little further.
And I think I asked this on the other videos as well, but I'm going to ask it again. Does this alter the integrity of the video as you're looking at it?
No.
Are you able to demonstrate for us what that looks like on this video?
Go to tools, effects, filters, video effects, geometry, interactive zoom, hit save. Now I have a box that I can highlight an area that I might want to watch.
And I just want to be clear for, it looks like there are two little screens.
Yes,
on this.
correct.
Can you tell us what this one in the corner is?
The corner screen is the actual view of what it contains a white box that you can drag and drop to an area. So for instance, if I wanted that top left corner, I would drag and drop, and now this bottom part is that zoomed in area of that white box.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. If you wouldn't mind, on this video, fast forwarding it to approximately 22 minutes into the video.
Is that 1022? 2222? Or is that 22?
On the
2200? Or you just
on the
want
bottom, yes.
the bottom?
Approximately 2155 is fine. Are you able to then move that box so that the focus is exactly that? And can you just narrate for us what is in kind of focus of this Zoom?
Yeah, this is the driveway of 41 Summer Street, and it's the front of Mr. Levesque's truck, plow truck, and showing some of his driveway and a car that's there as well.
Okay, would you mind, are you able to do the frame by frame on this as well,
I am.
while it is zoomed in?
So right here I'm able to see Mr. Levesque and Mr. Violette. Did you want me to continue?
Yes,
frame by
please
frame?
continue. I know you discussed earlier with Attorney Steve that you are not able to hear what Mr. Violette is saying in any of these videos. Are you able to hear if the defendant is saying anything either?
No, there was no audio in any of these videos.
Are you able to say with confidence if what was said by either party?
No. So at this point, if I were to go back, sorry. So at this point, I start to see Mr. Levesque actually make a move, and I can see his hands extended out. When I say make a move, it almost seems like he's moving forward while he starts to have his hands extended out. And I see Mr. Violette taking steps forward, and I start to see him turning around and walking backwards while Mr. Levesque takes a step forward. And then with the hands going down.
I just want to clarify for a moment. When you said had his hands out, is that in general his hands are just kind of out while gesturing?
His hands look extended out as if he's holding a firearm.
Thank you. Please continue with the frame by frame.
So hands were down, this is what I'm talking about, with hands extended out as if he's holding a firearm again, and now he's starting to take steps forward. And I note that the focus and with the hands also seems to be at a downward angle. And he's walking back. Looking back. And walking back.
Thank you, Detective. You can resume your seat. Detective, can you tell us what the value is for you during your investigation and viewing the videos the way that we just showed the jury?
This is such a, it doesn't appear that he's denying that there shots happened, right? And he was the one that shot. So really this comes down to when I'm trying to be on like a fact-finding mission, what happened in those videos if you watch just 10 seconds.
Was he getting ready to say something he shouldn't have, or what? Jeez.
Clarifying question.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, let's back up a little bit.
Sure.
Just going step by step and frame by frame in those videos, is it easier for you to get a clear picture of what happened?
It is.
Is that in part because when you just watch them straight through?
Yes.
So when you go frame by frame and when you zoom in, does it allow you to get a more accurate picture? Does it allow you, in cases like that driveway video we just saw while zoomed in, does it allow you to essentially cut out the extraneous part of the video and focus on what you're needing to be focused on during your investigation?
It does.
One moment, Your Honor. Detective, I have no further questions for you. Defense may have to.
Thank you.
Briefly, Detective, that was a helpful presentation. When you view the videos in real time, real time, not breakdown time and not frame by frame time, it does go by fast, just like the prosecutor said.
Yes, sir.
In fact, and it took only 5 seconds from the time Kyle made his last turnaround and approach to Jason until all of the gunshot was over.
If that's what the bullets say, then yes.
5 seconds. Correct.
Correct.
And as we watch these various videos and various angles, you'd agree with me, there was only one person who appeared to be confronting the other person, right?
I guess it depends on what you're qualifying the confrontation. I would say anyone pointing a gun is a confrontation
Oh,
too.
no, let's go before.
Before that?
Yeah.
Yes, I'd agree with you.
Yes. And that person would have been
Kyle Violette.
Kyle confronting Jason, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now, I think this is the appropriate time for our mid-morning break. So we're going to take 10 minutes and then we'll be back. Thank you very much. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay. What do you guys think so far? I mean, after watching the videos, what we could actually see of them, because we are not able to see very much of it. But after watching that, like, what is your opinion? What is your opinion? I'm going to skip through this break. Hold on a minute. Did they say something after the jury walks out? Let me check real quick. Hold on. There's some movement, but okay. Every once in a while, you miss a little something if you skip past, too much. All right, now we have someone else on the stand. Who is this feller? Let's see who this feller is. Let's see who this feller is. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we call the next witness, I do have to give you some further instructions. As is the case sometime.
Can we approach?
Sure.
What in the world? She just completely interrupted him. Your Honor, may we approach? And he's like, yeah. Lord have mercy.
Next witness. So,
Okay.
we're going to withdraw what I was just about to say to you, and the state is about to call their next witness.
Thank you.
And that witness is
State calls John Freese.
John Freese. Thank you.
The witness standing in this courtroom, you may be aware, is to the left of the judge. And if you could approach kind of around the corner there, face the judge, and remain standing for your oath.
All right. Good morning, sir. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear any testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? You may be seated. Just please keep your voice up so everyone can hear you. Counsel, you may inquire.
Thanks, sir. Can you state your name and spell your name for the court record, please?
Sure, John Freese. The last name is Freese.
And what do you do for work?
I'm an emergency physician
Where?
at Frisbee Memorial Hospital primarily, but also hospitals in New Hampshire and Virginia.
Understood. Can you give the jury just a brief summation of your professional training and experience?
I've been an emergency physician for 25 years. I trained at Indianapolis, the Indiana University Emergency Medicine program back in 2000. When I graduated from there, I did my postdoctoral fellowship in EMS or emergency medical services at the New York City Fire Department. Spent 10 years as a medical director with the fire department, was chief medical director and oversaw all the ambulances in New York City for that decade, during which time I also worked clinically. And then for the last 12 years, I've been primarily here in New Hampshire and now also Virginia.
Thank you. I think that suffices. Look, do you remember, with the benefit perhaps of reviewing some records, treating a patient named Kyle Violette?
Yes.
And my understanding, if I could just briefly summarize, you saw him, but he then was transferred to 2 other hospitals.
That's correct.
You know, given the nature of his injuries, can you just give us a thumbnail, an estimate of how many physicians do you think treated him over the course of his 3 admissions to various hospitals?
It was dozens.
And so I'll cut to the chase. You know, by agreement with Attorney Sisti, we've asked you to kind of come in and summarize the treatment evaluations from each 3 of the hospitals so that we don't bring in dozens of physicians. Is that how you understood your testimony today?
It is.
And have you had the benefit then of reviewing treatment notes, summaries and image notes from the other hospitals?
Yes, I have.
And based on your training and experience, notwithstanding the fact that you didn't actually do the treatment down in Boston, do you feel comfortable sharing with the jury a summary and an explanation of the treatment and injuries?
I do.
Great. Then let's get started.
And just so the record's clear, this is without objection, correct?
No, this is actually an agreement we made like a week ago. So
Very good. Just
It's gone.
wanted the record clear. Thank you. Continue.
To understand, it could take days to talk to 13, 14 different...
Of course, the court understands. I just wanted the record clear. Just wanted the record clear.
Dr. Breeze, do you recall when Mr. Violette was admitted?
It was April 4th of 2022.
And I'm going to refer you to my reference note of page 427. Actually, this may be faster if I approach, Your Honor.
Of course, please.
Can you share with the jury, you said he was admitted to what facility?
Initially to Frisbee, and I misspoke. I said 2022. It was 2024.
In the past, okay. So, do you recall the time that he was admitted and discharged?
He was admitted to Frisbee at
Counsel, I'm referring to page 427 of the notes. I'll direct your attention to the fourth paragraph.
10:30 p.m.
And then can you indicate when he was discharged?
Yeah, at 11:13.
So about 45 minutes he's at Frisbee, correct?
That's correct.
And if you could summarize the evaluation, the injury notes, the triaging notes from his arrival at Frisbee. How did he appear to you?
So when he arrived, he was anxious, he was pale, and he was confused, as most people are when their blood pressure is critically low, as his was. His initial evaluation demonstrated a number of gunshot wounds, and his initial treatment for stabilization, given his very low blood pressure and the severity of his wounds, was to secure his airway. So he was paralyzed, sedated, and intubated or placed on a ventilator. He had a cordis introducer placed, which is a very large IV catheter that was placed into his femoral artery to allow for the rapid administration of blood products. And he had a chest tube placed, a large tube that goes into the chest cavity to allow his left lung to re-expand.
Very well. I'm going to direct your attention to what is our discovery note of 446, should be on the bottom right-hand page of your notes.
Okay.
There appears to be an admission summary. Can you indicate the number of gunshot wounds that Frisbee was able to identify?
It appeared to be a total of 6 gunshot wounds.
And can you briefly describe them to the jury?
Sure, there were 2 to the left chest. One was just below the clavicle. One was over the left lateral chest wall. One was to the lower abdomen, which was just inside of the hip bone, the front of your hip here. The next was to the left hemiscrotum, so just adjacent to the penis and somewhat involving the penis and the scrotum. And then there was one to each buttock.
You would describe that the pelvic, the abdominal wound was anterior. That's actually on the front side.
Correct.
Okay. And behind that was a gunshot wound to his left buttock. Is that correct?
Correct.
This goes on to indicate the sort of the level of concern. What was the determination of his condition?
He was critically ill.
And would you consider critically ill to be life-threatening?
Imminently.
And so you had made some additional notes that I don't understand. The patient was notably, and can you share that word, tachycardic?
The patient was notably tachycardic or had an elevated heart rate and markedly hypotensive, meaning his blood pressure was incredibly low, with an initial systolic blood pressure in the 50s.
And then what did you do in response to that, if anything?
So, as mentioned, he had the cordis introducer placed, which was the large bore IV. He had 2 units of blood that were initially ordered. The intubation, placing him on the ventilator, like I mentioned, and then immediately after the intubation and placing him on a ventilator, the tube thoracostomy, or the chest tube, was placed in his left chest.
I noticed that the notation uses the term a massive transfusion protocol. What is that?
Most hospitals have a transfusion protocol that requires the administration of multiple blood products in the case of a critically ill patient who appears to have significant bleeding. So it includes the administration of not only red blood cells, but also products to help to replace the factors that allow you to form a blood clot, so that you have all aspects of your blood being replaced.
There's a notation on 427 that indicates a 2240 PRCP Unit 1 and then Unit 2 both transduced within 10 minutes. Is that notable to you?
Yes, it's a rapid infusion, as we would expect for a critically ill trauma patient.
And so after making these assessments, what do you actually do at Frisbee Memorial?
So like most smaller hospitals or critical access hospitals, the role of a smaller hospital is to stabilize the patient so that they're able to survive transfer to a tertiary facility or a higher level of care, or in this case, 2 higher levels of care. So our goal was to maintain his blood pressure, maintain his airway, improve his breathing, get in touch with a trauma surgeon at a local hospital, in this case Portsmouth, and move him there as rapidly as possible.
And did they agree to receive this patient, Mr. Violette, at the Portsmouth Hospital?
They did. Dr. Cromer accepted the patient.
In fact, was this situation so acute that you essentially held off on doing other diagnostics that you would have normally done?
Yes, and that's standard for someone who's this critically injured.
And so you've indicated to us that at 23:13, he actually left for Portsmouth.
Correct.
And I want to then turn your attention to the documents that appear to be generated from Portsmouth, which begin at 468 of our discovery.
Okay.
What I first see is what appears to be a summary of a CT scan report.
Yes.
And can you please explain the observations or the diagnostics that are referred on 469, the following page, concerning stomach and bowel?
With regard to stomach and bowel, there were a few punctate metallic foreign bodies within the lumen of the stomach, which were felt to represent bullet fragments that had been swallowed by the patient. There were no evidence of any bowel injury on the CT scan itself.
And so at this point, they hadn't yet diagnosed perforation of his bowel that was eventually they performed surgery on.
Correct.
Can you return then to the, give us a summary of the findings for his lungs?
For his lungs, there was the chest tube that we had placed at Frisbee that terminated near the lung apex or at the top of the lung. There was fluid within the chest tube itself, which was the blood that was coming from that tube. And there was a small left-sided hemopneumothorax, which is a combination of blood and air that remained in the chest even after re-expansion of the lung with that chest tube. There's
a heading called osseous and soft tissue chest. Can you summarize those findings?
The radiologist noted that there were several small metallic fragments in the left pectoralis muscle or the left chest muscle here. That there was a larger metallic fragment that was just in front of or anterior to the first rib, and then subcutaneous air or air beneath the skin that would be expected after someone had both gunshot wounds to the chest and a chest tube placed.
Look, in that area that we're talking about, can you share with us whether there are either critical nerve,
Hey, C. Morales, how are
veins,
you?
arteries, other organs that you would be concerned about for a major?
No, baby. Hold on a second, you guys. Okay. I'm doing good. C. Morales doing good. Thank you for popping in, and I love the membership milestone chat. Hello. Hello, hello. What, baby? Oh my goodness, this child. Yeah. She's so funny. Okay, we'll get back to it. Thanks for joining though, C. I hope you've had a great week. While she's out of the room. Hi. She likes to make her TV appearances, and no, No, child. There's weirdos out there on the internet. Get out of here. Not that any of you guys are weirdos, but I'm telling you, there's some weird people out there. All right. Let's go.
Trauma in that particular area.
Yes, everything that keeps you alive sits right there. Your heart is just to the left of your sternum, primarily. The aorta, which is the artery that carries all of your blood to all of your body, leaves the heart and curves to the left and descends, as well as going up through your carotid arteries. The lung, obviously, and in this case, the artery that surrounds each one of your ribs, which by itself can also be a life-threatening injury.
This report has a heading called reproductive. Can you just briefly share with us the observations and diagnosis?
Yeah, they note that there is some subcutaneous air, so again, air beneath the skin within the left hemiscrotum or the left half of the scrotum.
Oh, you know what? Here, Morgana, thank you for the reminder. Thank you. We gotta give C. Morales some sparkle. We gotta give her some sparkle. Yeah, baby. Thank you for that reminder, Morgana. Love that you protect her from the internet. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I do. You have to nowadays, you know what? You have to. Okay, here we go.
They were able to describe this as an entry wound that was
You're
adjacent
welcome.
to the left base of the penis, and then some small metallic foreign bodies beneath the skin that were noted, as well as several smaller metallic foreign bodies within the scrotum itself. And they were not able to visualize in this study the patient's left testicle.
Understood.
Poor guy. Lord have mercy. I know, right, Patricia? Yeah. I mean,
There is a notation at, looks like 469, concerning the, again, this is soft tissue, tissue structures. Quote, there appears to be a potential exit wound at the skin surface of the anterior left lower quadrant of the abdomen.
Yes.
Just want to show you, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Of course.
I hope we don't get any accidental shots of photos of his junk. Oh God, 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 oh God.
These are full exhibits, and I know that.
Very good. The record will so reflect these are.
That looked like his abdomen. I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh Lord, dude. Quit flopping photos everywhere.
What you see.
So this is, by definition, a critically ill patient, as evidenced by the fact that they're on a ventilator. The patient appears to be his left chest tube still in place from what I can see from the lines. He has an oral gastric tube in place, which is a tube that drains the stomach of the gastric contents, of the stomach contents that you produce every day, even if you don't eat, and multiple monitors.
I had originally asked you about the observation or the statement describing an exit wound in the abdomen. I'm going to show you stage 21, and else that is consistent with the evaluation I just read.
It would appear to match.
And does it make sense that that would correlate with what I'm going to show you in stage exhibit 23, which, if you could just describe that to the jury.
So this is a wound that appears to be on the high portion of the left buttock, relatively large in size, and with no surrounding skin changes.
And if that were the entry wound, would that make sense to you? Actually,
It certainly could be.
And so the image that we see in 21, while located kind of on the front of his body, was actually inflicted from behind him.
Yes, it appears so.
Do you recall evaluating initially the gunshot wound to his face?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to show you stage 20 and ask if you can identify that and describe it what you see.
Yes, this appeared to be a gunshot wound or penetrating wounds to the jaw or the mandible that was just beneath the jawbone of the mandible here on the side of the neck.
And do you recall the consequences of the result of that particular gunshot?
It appeared that he had significant intraoral injuries as well, and I recall from the note being able to even palpate bullet fragments in the area of the jaw.
And, you know, once again, now in this area of the body, can you just tell us whether or not there are critical nerve, blood, and other potential organs very close to that?
Yeah, this is very close to your carotid artery, the main artery that sits here that feeds essentially one half of your brain. An injury to that, like most major arteries, is one you can bleed to death from within 2 to 5 minutes. And if the bullet continued further than that, you have the spinal cord and the brainstem, which allow you to live.
At Frisbee, you can confirm that you deferred some analysis, and that includes CT scans. So is it true that you did not see the dissected portion of the carotid artery?
That's correct.
There is a brief summary on 492, if I could refer you, before he is then passed on to Boston Medical Center. And at the bottom there, it seems to be a paragraph. Can you confirm that at Portsmouth they continued to, were required to provide massive transfusion, continued there?
Yes, it did.
And that the injuries were consistent with what was observed at Portsmouth, but here they, at Frisbee, but they add here that they now have observed an external carotid injury, complicated mandibular fracture, pulmonary hemorrhaging, and again, make note of the significance of the external carotid injury. Can you just briefly describe for the jury what they're talking about?
Yeah, so what they found on the CT scans that were performed there was that the carotid artery, which comes up your neck and then splits into the internal carotid artery that goes to your brain and the external carotid artery that goes to your face. The external carotid artery had a sudden occlusion near its origin from the common carotid artery. So it appeared that the bullet had transected that artery.
What do you mean by transected?
Or had cut in half or caused the blood flow in that artery to stop.
And can you confirm, to your knowledge, that at Portsmouth, they did some surgical intervention?
Yes, they did.
That they repaired a temporary repair of his bowel, that it's taking out a section of his intestine and lower bowel?
They did. They identified that injury, the scrotal injury that required removal of his left testicle, and because of, as we mentioned previously, the continued air and fluid that still remained within his chest, a second chest tube was placed at that time.
And then do you recall why it was that they transferred him out of even Portsmouth?
The injury to the carotid artery was felt to be such that it could potentially progress and needed specialized care not available at Portsmouth. Portsmouth is a level 2 trauma center. It needed a level 1 trauma center with specialized vascular surgeons.
And did that turn out to be Boston Medical Center at the Yawkey facility?
Yes, it did.
And do you recall that he was, in fact, medevac, that he was flown down to Boston to receive the treatment given the discovery of the vascular injury?
Yes, he was.
I would like then to just, if I could briefly turn your attention to the Yawkey admission, to the Boston admission, is at page 44, which is grossly out of order in areas. I think it's at the end.
Yes, I have that.
And just down to the bottom of it, can you just review this paragraph and summarize what it is that Boston observes?
Sure. So they observed that this gentleman had been transferred now from 2 hospitals. They summarized his injuries from his CT scans, including his fractured mandible or fractured jaw, nasal fractures, the transection or the cutting in half of his external carotid artery on the right, an injury to his left chest that included, as I mentioned, the left hemopneumothorax, or the blood and air that was outside of his lung within his chest. The first rib fracture, what's documented here is a right RP hematoma, or a right retroperitoneal hematoma, meaning a blood collection behind the abdomen. A right iliac wing fracture, so that the wing of the hip bone here that was fractured, a pelvic hematoma in that same area, the left scrotal injury, and then a fracture of his left femur. And then they summarized the previous procedures that had been done.
Very well. On page 54, there's a paragraph down to the bottom that likewise, I think recites the level, the degree of injury or concern here.
Yes, they summarize all of his injuries, but they comment to begin that the patient is critically ill with hypovolemic shock, acute respiratory failure, the hemothorax, the pneumothorax, acute blood loss anemia, and that has resulted in impairment of vital organ function with a high probability of imminent life-threatening deterioration.
And I probably should have done some of the vocabulary. Can you define hemothorax and pneumothorax for the jury, please?
Sure. Hemothorax is a collection of blood outside of the lung or between the lung and the chest wall, and the pneumothorax is the same, but in that case, air.
And on page 55, there appears to be a summary from a different physician who concurs that these injuries require involvement of highly complex decision-making to assess, manipulate, and support system failure.
Yes.
Does that fairly summarize Mr. Violette's condition when he reached and was evaluated in Boston on 4/5/24?
Yes, that would be consistent with what we saw at Frisbee and what the documentation throughout says.
And without getting into the litany of surgical interventions, significant medical intervention was required in order to save Mr. Violette's life.
Yes, it was.
So those are my questions.
Thank you. Attorney Sistine, cross-examination?
No questions.
No questions.
Doctor.
Doctor, you're excused. Thank you for your time.
Well, that was quick and easy.
Thank you for your time.
Counsel,
Your
your
Honor.
approach?
That was quick and easy. All of that he described, though, sounds like...
Finish the witness. This is a good time for us to take our lunch break. So we'll be back here in an hour at 1 o'clock or so. All right? Very good. Thank you all. Please rise. Enjoy your lunch.
All of that sounded incredibly painful. All right, so we're gonna zoom, 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 and a boom, boom, just shake our rumps. To after lunch. A cha-cha. A cha-cha-cha.
As far as we know, I know everything can change.
It will be.
All right, here we go. We zoomed, and shook our rumps. And we did the Humpty Hump. Okay. I'm scooching till I hear some audio.
Counsel, can you just approach for one quick second?
Okay.
All rise, jury entry.
Gail said I did the Tootsie Roll. So, my God, I just snorted real big. That got me. That got me real good. She didn't do the Humpty Hump. She did the Tootsie Roll.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming back. Not your only choice, right? I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I heard it was very nice outside, and some of you got to walk around out there. I'm sorry we're not doing the view today, right? It would have been a good day for the view. I do have to give you some preliminary instructions before we hear from this next witness. So, as you can imagine, it's often anxiety-producing for people to testify in court, and sometimes witnesses ask the court to make certain accommodations for them, as it comes up sometimes. We were asked by this witness to allow her to use a comfort animal to help her get through her testimony. The counsel for the parties have not objected to that. The court has reviewed the request and thinks that it meets all of the policies of the court. I've been assured that it won't be any distraction. If it were to become a distraction, we could deal with that. I will instruct you, you're not to give the fact that this witness has a comfort animal, it should not play any part in your deliberations in any way. So you're not to rely upon it in deciding whether this witness is credible or not credible, or deciding what weight to give this witness's testimony. It should just be a non-factor that you're not really to rely upon.
A comfort animal. This is the first time I think I've ever seen this happen. I'm so excited.
On in any way in assessing this witness. Okay? And with that, we will call the state should call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Carol Levesque.
Thank you.
Okay, so this must be the victim's daughter. Not the victim, the defendant's daughter.
I just realized I didn't mention what kind of animal it was. It's a rabbit.
A rabbit or a rat? Did he say a rabbit or a rat? Oh God, a rat.
You can walk right up to the witness stand.
I think it's a rabbit.
Nice. If you could just remain standing and face the judge for your oath.
You raise your right hand. You swear that any testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the faith and promise of the church.
I do.
All right. You can be seated right here. Make yourself comfortable. Just asking you to scoot up as close to the microphone as you can and keep your voice up so people can hear you, okay? Okay. And whenever you're ready and whenever counsel is ready, you may inquire.
It is a rabbit. Oh my God, it's so cute.
Begin
Oh.
just by stating your
Oh,
full name
oh, look, it's a
and
rabbit.
spelling your name for the court reporter, please.
Kira Levesque, K-I-R-A-L-E-V-E-S-Q-U-E.
And, you know, I want to be sensitive about some privacy issues, so I'm not going to ask about current, but I'd like to go back to April of last year and ask you where you were living on April 4th of 2024.
41 Summer Street.
Who'd you live there with?
My dad and my grandparents live downstairs.
Who were the neighbors, as you know?
Kyle and Angela.
Let's move directly into the 4th. What were you doing earlier in the day or earlier in the evening of the 4th?
I was working.
And was that in Rochester?
Yes.
How'd you get home?
My dad picked me up from work.
And what did he pick you up in?
A plow truck.
Was your dad doing plowing as a job at that time?
He was.
And can you then?
I'm so sorry. I don't think if I was a juror that I would be able to not look at the rabbit, because that's all I'm looking at. I'm watching her rub this rabbit and I'm like, It is a beautiful rabbit. Also, I want to pet the rabbit. I need to pet the rabbit. And the way she's petting the rabbit, I'm like, oh, I want to pet the rabbit. I want to pet the rabbit. Okay, we'll get to it. I'm sorry, guys.
Describe for us
It
what
does look
happened
soft.
initially, right when you got home.
We got home and we just started plowing our driveway like normal during a storm.
And you say plowing the driveway, then this was, I think we've all heard this, we've seen some photos and video, whatever, it's snowing pretty good, right?
Yeah.
And can you just describe the sequence of events in plowing as you recall it?
We got home, we were plowing like down towards into our driveway, and we were doing that for a couple minutes, and then he switched around so we could get like coming towards like the opposite end of the street, and we're plowing it like into our porch.
And so let me just clarify, you lived in 41,
Yep.
the Violettes lived in 43. When you originally described plowing towards your driveway, you're talking about plowing at an angle across 41?
Yes.
And then turned around and went towards 43.
Yes.
Sure. You know, without getting into too much detail, were you aware of some prior, even if you want to call them incidents or however you want to characterize it, between your dad and Mr. Violette about the snow situation?
No.
You had previously talked about a snowstorm the previous year. You recall that?
No.
So, Kira, I want to be, just fair with you that this event is now, a year old. I'm going to guess that there are parts of this you actually try not to remember.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
But do you remember making a maybe into the 5th down at the police station?
Yes.
You were informed that it was being recorded.
Yes.
And so I actually have a transcript that is a written version of that statement.
Okay.
And my question to you is whether or not seeing, reading aspects of that transcript might help your memory.
Okay.
Okay. Pardon me?
Would you ask me to approach council?
Yeah, just for a second.
Oh yeah, Poppy would do the same thing, you guys. If I had to take Poppy on the stand with me, she wouldn't sit in my lap. She'd be going and sniffing everybody. Yeah. That rabbit is stinking beautiful, though. Oh my gosh. Oh. Hold on. Husband's calling. Okay, sorry, guys. Sorry. I couldn't get my computer muted quick enough, and it just kept ringing. Okay. Okay.
Jared, I had asked you whether you remember a prior incident between your dad and Kyle about where the snow was going between the properties. Remember any of that?
No.
And then I had referred to a prior statement that night that you had made, and just asking if it would refresh your memory. Seeing it. Council page 19. Line 20. I wonder if you could just read this.
I can't see that.
Yeah, you can take it. Well, this whole paragraph you can read to yourself. Let me know if that helps you remember.
Okay.
Does that help?
I don't remember that.
Oh, hey, Michelle. We've been wondering where you were at. People have asked about you this week. I was like, I don't know where she's at. I don't know where she's at. She says, hi, my mom has been in the hospital, so I've been away. I will be lurking and working, but just wanted to say hello. Well, hello, and I'm sorry that your mom's been in the hospital. Is she okay? I hope she's okay. I hope it's nothing like serious. That stinks too. She just got moved into her new place. Her new, digs. I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're lurking. That's good. Oh, okay. Aw, thanks. It's been exhausting. Thanks for your concern. Congestive heart failure. Yep, less than a week. Ugh. Goodness gracious. I'm sorry, babe. Well, prayers that she gets to feeling better soon. Soon, soon, soon. Miss King says this must be hard for her, the prosecutor calling her to testify. I mean, it must be. I mean, it's got to be hard for both the girls. What blows me away, though, is they live next door to each other and the girls didn't know each other or talk to each other. Don't you think that's strange? Maybe, I don't know. It just seems weird to me. Yes, Ween Baby. It's her emotional support bunny. Isn't that the cutest thing you ever seen in your whole life? I want to pet it. Think she'll be okay. Not sure of how this impacts long term. I'm still researching. Ugh. So she's never had this happen before? Your mom? I'm sure she's got good doctors and they will take really good care of her. And, I don't know her situation, but I know a lot of people who function every single day normally that have congestive heart failure, I think it sounds way worse than it actually is. But always healthy, but she is 74. Well, there you go. I mean, there you go. All right. We'll get back. Lots of prayers for your mama, though,
When,
Michelle.
police officers asked last year about kind of any prior snowstorm incidents, you did answer them. You said last winter.
Well, you hear the words heart and failure, and I understand that that's very shocking, right? But like, look what Ween Baby said. My grandfather had it for years. Yeah. I mean, it's not, I mean, of course she's in the hospital, and hopefully she's like not in, like, is she in like critical condition, or do they have her in ICU or anything? Because don't get me wrong, I mean, it can be bad, but if they can, like, get things, like, taken care of, then, you know, it's just kind of something you got to watch out for, with doing different things, you know, and, yeah. But I know a lot of people that have it, and they just like go through bouts with it, you know. It's not something that keeps them like disabled or anything. Margaret says prayers, Michelle, 74, is still very young. I'm in healthcare. She's in a regular room. They were killing her kidneys at first. So that was scary, but may go home tomorrow. Okay. Good. I think it's because the other girl was not there at the house during the week and went to a different school, probably. Yeah, I guess so. You would just think, you know, being out and about, in and out of the house, you know, you'd see each other and be like, hey, you know, I mean, I don't know. I'm the weird one that's like waving at everybody. You know? Being in healthcare, it seems like nothing until you hear it about your mom, right? Yeah. I get that. I get that. Well, I'm glad that she's there, and I hope that they get her on the mend, and, you know, just talk to the doctors yourself. Don't rely on your mom to relay information to you, because you know how that can go. But talk to the doctors and see what they say when, you know, what to do to keep it at bay. Margaret said, same. I was in healthcare and science for years, then suddenly it's someone you know, right? 56 is young, Michelle. Yeah. You're an only child and she is cognitive impaired. Okay, well. I'm glad then that you will get all the information that you need. You know, I'm glad that she has you on her team. You know what I mean? Yeah, we maybe said no extra added salt on anything. Aw, Michelle, honey, I'm sorry. That's a tough spot. Exactly, Patricia. That's a lot on your plate. Especially, you know, being an only child. That's a lot whenever you don't have anybody to share the burden with, you know? She's not a salter. Okay, well, that's good. Oh, look at that. Morgana says, I lost my dad when he was 56 too, Michelle. My mama is 79 now and living with us. I understand totally. Aw. Well, I don't want you to feel like you need to be Superwoman. Look at my face, ma'am. You don't have to be Superwoman. You don't. Oh, I forgot. Michelle don't like the double glasses. They freak her out. Oh, I'm going to throw my microphone all over the place. You do not have to be Superwoman. No. Because all that's going to do is wear you down. Wear you out quicker than you need. Sorry, Margaret. I'm sorry. Yeah, you got to take care of yourself too, Michelle. Yes. Hubby's holding the house down. Well, that's good. Yeah. Margaret says, similar for me, not an only child, but the only daughter. So that tells you how it all went. Yeah, because the boys are useless in most situations. Margaret says, I'm an exhibit A of being worn down. Do not go down this road. Yeah, literally, we had to talk Margaret off the edge a couple days ago. Her blood pressure was through the whole roof. And she was on the verge and had just had a panic attack, basically. Aw, Michelle. She says, now y'all got me crying. I needed my girls here. Aw, we love you. We love you. And we did miss you. We missed you. Morgana's an only daughter too, and now the only child also. Hey, Gina. Good to see you. Hey, friend. Oh, hold on, Gina. I got something to show you. Hold on a minute. I'll be right back. I got to grab something real quick. Hold on. Un momento, because I know we're still doing the trial business, but, you know, sometimes we got to stop and just have some conversation, right? Hold on a second. I'll be right back. I got to get something to show Gina real quick. Okay, Gina, I'm back. All right. So it's been a long time, but I think, do you remember this? Gina Beachy? Do you remember this? Margaret says, I'm here in solidarity. Trust me. I know exactly. Yeah. No, but I'm old, she says. Gina, I might be mistaken. Were you the one that sent me some essential oils a couple, 2-3 years back? Some peace and calming oil? Was that you? Okay, wrong one then. Can't remember who it was. I thought it was Gina. Now I'm going to have to go back and figure out who it was. Why did I think it was you, Gina? It looked like hemp oil. No, it's not. It's called Peace and Calming. It's from Young Living. Donnie, this is my favorite oil on the planet. Okay? I love this stuff. It's called Peace and Calming from Young Living, and I used my rewards points and bought like 8 bottles of it. But it's got like lime and tangerine. Hold on, wee baby, I'll tell you. I got to put my readers on. No, I don't. It doesn't have any lavender in it. Although lavender is a good one for that. It has tangerine, orange, ylang ylang, patchouli, and blue tansy. Okay, Gina doesn't know much about oils. Okay. I don't know why I thought that was you. Oh my God, it's the best stuff on the planet. I love this stuff so much. But I have it. I buy the bottles for my diffusers, but then I also have the roll-on versions of it, I buy those from Young Living too. But yeah. Anyway, that's the only reason I stopped talking about the peace and calming, because I was going to show Gina, but Gina's not the one that sent them to me. I can't remember who it was then. For some reason, there's some reason why I thought it was you that sent them. Never mind. I'll figure out who it was. Need that to overpower the dog smell. Oh, Lord. All right. Well, we're going to get back to it. Michelle, I'm glad that you showed up. I'm glad that you're here. And I hate that you're going through this with your mama. I really do. And I hope that she gets to feeling really good, really fast. And, it's a marathon, right? And we love you. And we're here. I'm glad you popped in out of the bushes too, Gina. Good to see you. All right, we're going to get back to this trial. You lurk away, Michelle. Do your thing. Do what you want to do. Do your thing. Do what you want to do. Patchouli is your favorite. I love the smell of patchouli too, Ween Baby. I do. All right, we'll get back. Here we go.
There was this kind of conversation.
And look, Michelle, this person on the stand has a comfort animal. She's got a little pretty black and white rabbit, and this is the prettiest rabbit ever.
Well, those are your words, not mine.
Yes.
And you told the officers, there was this incident where Kyle was moving snow and it went onto your property, and your dad told Jason, Kyle, not to move it there, right?
Okay.
Well, you say okay. Those were your
I mean,
words,
if I
right?
said it, then yeah, I just don't remember.
Okay, that's fair. But you'd agree with me, these are your words.
Yeah,
Yes.
Margaret. Michelle, when you get done with today, you have to scroll back and watch. Well, wait, baby's here too. You know what? We've been on a break for a couple minutes. Let's just do it again. You don't even have to go back. Watch, Michelle. I will do it right now. Hold on. Let me remove this. Here we go. Morgana's daughter made something for the channel, and it is dedicated to the moderators. Okay. Here we go. That's a missing poster of me. There's Kel, our top model. We got all the snacks there. We've got a frog log, Pop-Tart, banana hammock, or a banana and a pickle. We got Spins, his wheelchair, the laptop, 2 pairs of glasses. Because, got Margaret over here above the doors, hanging out under the fridge, the photo of her. Is that not the cutest thing on the planet? It's the cutest thing on the planet. I love it. It's the best thing. It's the best thing. I've watched it, I know, 100 times, not literally, but I've watched it probably 20 or 25 times, I'll tell you that. Isn't it cute, Ween Baby? It's so cute. I love it. And if you didn't notice, Spence's wheelchair was in the middle of the floor and it rolled over a laundry vag. Remember? Spence ran over her laundry bag, but her phone auto-corrected and it was vag. Okay, here we go.
A snowstorm, the first snowstorm of 2024. And that's right here. You can read that to yourself.
Okay.
Does that help your memory?
I mean, I don't remember, but
But you told the investigators that
They're doing an awful lot of approaching. They're getting on my daggone nerves. They're getting on my daggone nerves. Come on. There we go.
Big point.
Seriously, again? Another approach? I cannot. It's Friday, y'all. Get your act together. Get your act together. I keep calling him Ichabod Crane. Thanks. I think it was Ween Baby. Wasn't it Ween Baby that said that yesterday? Or the day before? Oh, hold on. What are they doing? I think he's putting them on there. And they're having horrible feed streaming issues. It keeps doing this pausing and jumping around business. They're getting on my nerves today. I wonder what the legal issue is they're getting ready to discuss.
All right, you may be seated, ma'am. Counsel, you ready?
I am.
So, ma'am, what's going to happen is we're going to ask you a series of questions about the plan, about their design to determine whether certain documents
I think you said you remembered going to the police department the night of. And, were you aware of really the importance of being truthful?
Yes.
And looking back, do you feel like you were true? You made your statement about, or answered their questions about background and what had happened.
Yes.
And do you feel like you had a better memory of events last year? And the issues I've asked you about. Memory now. I've showed you.
No.
Yet a year ago, accurate.
Thank you. Councilman,
Thanks.
Hi, Mark.
Did the police offer you the opportunity to review your statement at all?
I don't believe so, but I don't remember.
Okay. And can you tell the judge when this statement would have been made relative to the shooting?
Maybe. It was definitely that night.
So it was very quickly afterwards?
I want to say they had me in the back of a cruiser at the house for maybe a half an hour. I'm not really sure. I didn't have my phone out. It was kind of just all a blur and a rush of things, but it was that night.
Okay. And can you tell the judge what you thought your mental condition was then? What was your emotional condition?
I obviously was very shaken up. I was in kind of just like fight or flight. I was in a very high state of anxiety. There, so I was worried that she was going to worry that I was hurt. I obviously was concerned what was happening with my father. I wasn't very focused. I was very high anxiety.
I don't want to delve into too much either, but I mean, you're sitting there with a comfort animal, right?
Yes.
And why is that?
Due to my anxiety.
And were you suffering from such a condition back then?
Yes.
And that on top of the shooting, I mean, did that combine to affect, you think, your recollection and accuracy of events at the time?
One more time?
Yes, could that have affected your accuracy of the events at the time?
When I gave my statement, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
Yeah, I mean, we're being asked now, you're being asked, let's go right to it, about some kind of a plowing incident or something like that, some preceding plowing incident.
Okay.
Right. Do you actually have a recollection of that at all?
I remember giving my statement, but I don't remember that event in my statement.
You don't even remember that event in your statement?
No.
And again, this is a statement that you weren't given the opportunity to review, alter, or modify in any way, shape, or form.
I don't believe they gave me the opportunity, no.
You never told them that what was in the statement you reviewed and it's accurate and that's exactly what happened. Did you ever tell the police that?
No.
Did you ever sit down with a representative of the state of New Hampshire, the county of Stratford, and say, I've reviewed my statement, I've listened to the audio, and everything in it is true and accurate?
No.
So this is the first time you've been given that opportunity?
Yes.
And after even listening to that, and after what we've just gone through, you still don't recollect any kind of a plowing incident prior to this?
No.
You sure of that?
Yes.
Thank you.
You've had, as I understand, an anxiety issue for quite some time.
Yes.
Your anxiety issue doesn't cause you to, for instance, lie.
No.
You were aware that you were speaking to police officers.
Yes.
You were aware you were speaking to police officers about something really important.
Yes.
You were aware at the time that it was important to be honest.
Yes,
You were aware at the time that it was important to be complete and accurate.
yes.
Your claim now isn't that anything in here is either a lie or not complete or not accurate. Your claim is that you simply don't remember it.
No.
Is that right?
Yes, correct, I don't remember.
But again, just a prior so-called plowing incident or snow blowing incident in the context of a shooting that took place within an hour or so, was that a big deal to you at the time?
What do you mean?
I mean, was this prior subject of a prior incident in a prior snowstorm at all important to you at that point in time? I mean, did you think it was a focal point? Did you think that was important?
I still don't understand what you're asking me.
Did the police tell you that it's really important that you accurately tell them about this prior snowstorm?
The one that happened that night or the one before?
The one they claimed that took place before?
No.
And in fact, in your statement, do you indicate that it wasn't a big deal? If you remember? Do you remember that at all?
What?
Telling them that it wasn't a big deal?
No.
I didn't know before we started.
Any further?
I'll just reiterate that the issues concerning kind of the impact of the moment, to me, go for the weight, not admissibility. By the way, we also have body cam of Officer Sergeant Knox, who was present during that half hour. Candidly, it shows a quite composed young woman, and I'd be glad to play that for the court as well.
Okay, the question is, how can you use this thing, right? Impeachment is only good if you can adhere to the statement. I mean, did I say that before? And we're getting an answer that is like, I don't remember ever saying that. So how can you even impeach it? But I'm looking at the rule too. I mean, again, which specific rule are you saying this is going to come in?
Counsel, I think the argument is Rule 8035, recorded recollection, the record that is on the matter that witness once knew about and now cannot recall or testified fully and accurately, was made or adopted by the witness in the matter of question of witness memory and accurately reflects the witness' knowledge. The rule will not say that she permitted the record to be read as evidence, but does get to see that she fully did.
Yeah, it wasn't accepted by her.
But it was made.
It was made, but it wasn't accepted. You know what I'm saying?
It was made or adopted. So, Mike, having heard the voir dire of this witness, I'm going to allow the statement to come in before the recollection. I do find that the witness specified it was made on the matter that she once knew about, that she cannot now recall. She did specify at the time she was being careful and truthful and accurate, including reports to be truthful and accurate in statements. It was made at the time that the matter was fresh in my memory. And for that reason, we allow the statement to come in before the recollection. Although, counsel, you're not talking about the whole statement.
No.
You're talking about the particular portions you're interested in having to do with the prior testimony?
Yes.
Is the court allowed to read it substantively?
Yes, comes in the substance.
I don't think there's any issue with that, so I'm standing on the objection.
The objection of it, it does come in the substance, as although I indicated, it's read to the jury, it doesn't get presented as an exhibit.
I understand.
Very good. All right, we'll bring the jury back in. All right, that was a bunch of legal mumbo jumbo we need to worry about. You just need to answer the question and answer, okay?
Perfect.
Very good.
She's like that. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I need to hear that.
Oh my lord, they're getting on my Levesque nerve. This feed and this back and forth is wearing me out.
Great, thank you. Kara, I don't want to make too much of this, but I was asking you questions about whether there had been some prior exchanges between your dad and Kyle about snow moving this way and that way. You were asked about that during your interview with police on the night of the 4th into the 5th.
Yes.
You had said that you don't actually have a memory of those issues now, correct?
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
But at the time when you went into the police department, you were aware that it was a really important conversation with the detectives, correct?
Yes.
You knew it had to be a complete, honest account. You did have certain memories that you just don't have now.
Correct.
And so I had asked you, did the investigators ask about the snow going back and forth? And Judge May approach. And I think you know that tree that your dad
Okay, I'm gonna have to skip through this because I can't with this.
probably he was even after the first storm, of whether that conflict Kyle and your dad during any subsequent.
Let me go over into long. Hold on a second. Let me go over into Long Crumb and see if I can
Background,
see what their
dad
deal
pushing
is.
snow past. Can you describe to us what happened after he made those?
And towards before our front steps. And then he had to stop plowing.
Okay.
He was done plowing and I started to get out, and as I looked up and opened my door, I noticed there was someone
And then can you heard
I was looking at I was upstairs and I didn't know if she was looking out at me or anything. And then I heard
okay. Just heard you say that you were onto my property, going to kill you and your family.
yes.
Your detective asking you, kind of, besides what he said, threatening in.
Okay, hold on. I was reading in the chat, and it said that Court TV's stream isn't doing
If you
this.
saw
Let me go
anything
check.
threatening.
I believe that I told him that I didn't see anything threatening, but he seemed angry. He seemed like he was gonna throw a punch, but I don't recall saying anything other than that.
Okay. I guess I want to be somewhat careful about, this description and your answer to whether you actually observed some physical act that was threatening from Kyle. Your Honor, may I approach? And in this instance, I'm going to ask whether this, in fact, helps your memory. Counsel, this is 13, line 4 through 7. You need me to hold this for the
No,
phone?
you're good.
Can hold the phone.
Huh?
I can hold the phone.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
So those details kind of help?
Yes.
That
Okay, I put it on Court TV's. Let's see if this is any better. It may be a little behind where we are originally, but I had to try to find it in the close proximity of where we were at.
Correct.
And so I had asked you, did the investigators ask about the
Nicely,
snow
lady.
going back and forth? And you said you couldn't remember.
Correct.
All right. Judge, may I approach? And I think we've already briefly talked about that back last year, you know that, you remembered from the previous winter, that Kyle had placed snow on your property, either on the porch. Do you know whether it had anything to do with a maple tree that your dad planted?
I don't remember.
Okay. But that in your statement that was complete and honest and accurate last year, you referenced that Kyle had snowblowed some snow onto your property, correct?
Yes.
And that your dad asked him not to do that.
Yes.
Right? You went on to say another event that you remembered, and then he, being Kyle, bitched to my dad one day a couple of months ago, probably our first snowstorm, that he was pushing snow onto his property. As your dad was, during the first snowstorm, pushing snow onto Kyle's property, correct?
Okay.
And that you described your dad. You said, my dad was just kind of let it go. Because again, it's petty, it's snow. It's going to melt, it's going to go away. Correct?
Yes.
And so that was the first snowstorm. And now, are you aware of, even after the first storm, of whether that conflict continued in any way between Kyle and your dad during any subsequent snowstorms?
I'm not.
Then let's talk about the snowstorm on the 4th and the 5th.
Okay.
You described to us, before I asked you about the background, your dad pushing snow past 41 and then towards 43. Can you describe to us what happened after he made those passes on the front edge of the street?
So we had come, like we were plowing towards our house and towards, if you're looking at my house, it's on the right, so not 43, but the one before us. We were plowing the snow towards our fence, towards our yard, and then he flipped around and we started to clear the end, just pushing it towards like before our front steps. And we just kept doing that for a little while. We were clearing the end of our driveway and then he had stopped plowing.
Okay. Do you remember what was going through your mind when he stopped and pulled up in front of your house, stopped the vehicle?
I just assumed he was done plowing and I started to get out, and as I looked up and opened my door, I noticed there was someone who was Kyle standing in front of the plow.
Okay. So that's the moment that you notice Kyle is when you're actually getting out of the truck.
Yes.
And then can you tell us anything that you heard as Kyle was standing near the plow in front of your truck?
I noticed that he was angry and rocking back and forth a little bit, and I was looking towards my bedroom because my friend was upstairs and I didn't know if she was looking out at me or anything. And then I heard him, I didn't hear anything, and then I heard Kyle tell my dad that if he kept pushing snow towards his house, he was going to kill him and his family.
Okay. Just heard you say that. You heard Kyle say to your dad, if you keep pushing snow onto my property, I'm going to kill you and your family.
Yes.
Is it true that your, beyond that, your ability to hear things was somewhat compromised? Not perfect,
Yes.
is where you were. But that's something you did hear?
Yes.
Do you remember the detective asking you, kind of besides what he said, about what he did? Did he do anything that was threatening in your view of what you observed sitting in the vehicle?
He asked me what he looked like what his actions were.
Do you remember what your answer was when he actually asked you if you saw anything threatening?
I believe that I told him that I didn't see anything threatening, but he seemed angry. He seemed like he was gonna throw a punch, but I don't recall saying anything other than that.
Okay. I guess I want to be somewhat careful about, this description and your answer to whether you actually observed some physical act that was threatening from Kyle. Your Honor, may I approach? And in this instance, I'm going to ask whether this, in fact, helps your memory. Counsel, this is 13, line 4 through 7. Thank you. You need me to hold this for the
No,
phone?
you're good.
I can hold the phone.
Huh?
I can hold the phone.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
So those details kind of help?
Yes.
That your response to whether he did anything threatening was that, well, he rocked back and forth a little bit. Is that right?
Yes.
He said, I don't know if he would have thrown a punch or something. Correct?
Correct.
Now, we've seen video, but just confirm, he didn't throw a punch, right?
No.
And when you heard him make that threat, he was right up there next to the vehicle next to your dad.
Yes.
When he was up there close next to your dad, did you see him produce anything sharp, like a weapon?
No.
Anything like a knife or a screwdriver or anything like that?
No.
Did you see, or did you hear him make a statement that he had something, a weapon on him, and that he would use it?
No.
And after Kyle was at the front of your dad's truck on the other side, what happened next?
When he was, I'm sorry, I'm confused.
So we've just talked about a period of time when Kyle was very close to your dad.
Yes.
And after those few moments, seconds, what happened? What did Kyle do?
So he had threatened us, and then my dad said something, I'm not sure what. I saw his lips moving. I don't know what was said. And next thing I knew, a shot was fired.
And so let me talk a little bit about that. You said that when Kyle was up next to the truck, you could hear Kyle, but your dad responded.
Yes.
You telling us you don't remember what he said?
No, I don't. I blocked it out.
You blocked it out?
I don't remember. My focus was that he had said that my little cousin and my best friend were in my house. My safety was their concern. Their safety was my concern.
Totally get it. But best you can do is confirm that your dad responded in some way.
Yes.
Did you watch Kyle walk away back towards his house?
I did not. I was on my phone.
But you did see where your dad and Jason were positioned when your dad took out a gun.
He was next to the truck.
And you saw where Kyle was when your dad took out a gun.
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury where Kyle was now?
He was in front of the plow. He was walking backwards, and it was obviously you have to go by my house. So in my mind, he was walking towards my house.
I'm sorry, when the gun came out?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember what you told the detectives?
I do not.
Your Honor, may I approach? Perhaps this will help your memory. This is 15, begins at line 8. Good.
Okay.
Does that help your memory of it?
Not really.
Okay, so this is the same statement where at the time you did have a memory, correct?
Yes.
And at the time you knew it was important to be
Yes.
truthful. And so what you told the detective when he asked where the shooting took place, you described it and actually drew a little map, but you said Kyle was running. And they asked, the neighbor was running? And you said, yes. They asked you, do you know why he was running? You answered, I'm assuming because my dad pulled out his gun. On the next page, you said, I would assume so. I mean, I would run too. Do you remember that?
I don't.
And do you remember telling the officers when the gun came out that Kyle was moving towards his house, not your house?
I do not.
Well, I just want to be fair about this. This is page 16, line 1.
Okay.
Does that confirm that when you were talking to detectives, you described the gun being out and that Kyle was moving away towards his own house?
What?
Does that confirm in your mind when the officers asked you, well, what direction was Kyle going in? Towards his own house.
Okay. Yes.
Is that truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Mark, exhibit, please. Yes. The diagram associated with
We can go in full.
Okay.
We can go in full.
Oh, all right. Page 26. I just referred to during this conversation with detectives that you had also done a drawing of where people were situated at the shooting.
Okay.
I'm showing you, for the record, what has been marked as stage 26. Appears to have your name and date at the top. Is this the drawing that you made?
Yes.
And can you show us or tell us what these symbols indicate? There appear to be stars on the street out in front of your driveway.
Those are people.
And which people are these?
So that top one's Kyle. That's my dad and that's me.
And then at the time of the shooting, who's that?
I have no idea what that is.
Are you claiming that Kyle was shot directly in front of the Plow?
I mean, I don't really remember.
Okay. There happens to be a figure, appears to be a figure, just past the corner of the edge of your house. Are you claiming that's not Kyle?
I don't remember. I don't.
Nevertheless, you were clear with the officers at the time that when the gun came out, Kyle turned away. You characterized it as running towards his own home.
Yes.
And I don't want to, kind of force an experience on you, but did you, so we know you saw him produce the firearm and you saw Kyle react. You describe it. Do you remember him being shot?
I didn't see it. I heard it.
The firearm that your dad had was one that you were familiar with, correct?
I knew of it. I wasn't.
Well, you had gone actually out to the firing range with him and described it as a Glock, right?
Yes.
And so you were familiar with it from literally going to a fire range with your dad?
Yes.
You told investigators that you were aware that your dad took the firearm anytime that he plowed at night?
Yes.
And so that's what I mean by familiar with
Okay, then yes.
firearm. After you heard the shooting, what did you see?
I saw my dad get back in the truck, and we pulled back into the driveway, and I was very anxious. He was anxious. He started to call, like he dialed 911, and before he could press the call button, they had already been there.
So he couldn't call fast enough? I mean, you say before he was even able to call, they were at the scene?
Yes.
So what was he talking about before he was trying to call 911?
He got back in the truck, and he didn't really say anything. He looked at me, I looked at him, and we pulled in the driveway, and then everybody showed up, the cops showed up. My dad got out of the truck with his hands up.
Do you remember the
Yes,
police asking
baby,
about
this is the
what was
shooter's
said
daughter.
inside the truck after your dad shot Kyle?
I don't remember what they asked me, but I remember they asked me questions.
What's that?
I remember them asking me questions.
Okay. Again, I want to be fair here. May I approach this witness? I'm going to show you page 9 begins line 18 and really goes down to the bottom of 25. Why don't you read this and tell me if it helps you remember?
Okay.
Does that help your memory or no?
I mean, I don't remember him saying that, but
Okay. This, again, is the same statement that you were being truthful, honest, and
Yes.
accurate. Your memory has just gone through a lot last
Yes.
year. And so this indicates that the detective asked you, what was the conversation like when you got back in the truck with your dad? Or your dad got back in the truck, right?
yes.
And you described it then in some detail. You just saw that your response to that question was, he looked at me and he was like, what do I do? And you responded, what do you mean, what do you do? And his response to that, to clarify, he said, he was like, well, do we run? And you responded to your dad, said, I'm like, no, we're staying put. He was like, yeah, you're probably right. He responded, I am right. Like, you don't run. He continued to ask you what he should do. And your response was, I don't know. I don't know. You sit here and you wait. He asked you whether he should call 911. You merely said, if you want. I don't know. Like, I literally don't know what to tell you right now. Like, I just got out of work. Like, I'm exhausted. Like, I don't know. This is your path, you said to your dad. Remember that?
I don't.
And yet, this is the accurate, complete, and honest statement you provided them to me
Yes,
about that conversation you had in the cab of the truck with your dad.
yes.
Judge, can I have just a minute?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure how old she is, but this just happened last year, Patricia.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Those were my questions. As you know, Mr. Sisti will likely have some follow-up.
Okay.
Okay, that may, thank you. Afternoon. You doing all right?
Yeah,
How's the rabbit doing? Okay.
she's jumpy, but she's good.
Okay. Prosecutor was saying that he wanted to be fair with you. Remember that? You said that a few times.
Yes,
Prior to today, was he fair enough to give you this transcript?
I can't see that far.
Judge, I object to the characterization of it implicitly being unfair.
I never got this.
You never got this transcript?
I did not.
This transcript that the prosecutor's been using over the past 25 minutes?
No, I've never received that.
Did the police, after your statement, give you an opportunity to review your statements at all?
I don't remember, but I don't believe so.
And between the 4th of April and today, did you sit down and have a review with the prosecution on this transcript?
I did not.
So this transcript was being used for the first time that you saw it today?
Correct.
All right, we're going to go through it a little bit too, but I'm going to forget about the transcript for a second, okay?
Okay.
I want to talk about things you actually remember today, okay?
Okay.
The ones that you're under oath to testify truthfully.
Okay.
Let me ask you, and ask you as straight as I can. Do you remember Kyle saying that he was going to fucking kill your father and you?
Yes.
Do you remember that distinctly?
Yes.
Now, when you heard that, how did that make you feel?
I was scared, obviously, because someone had just threatened me. But that had triggered my anxiety, so I kind of started to shut down and block everything out.
All right, but I want to make sure this jury knows that that's something that is crystal clear, correct?
Yes.
That is something that you surely told the police, right?
Yes.
And that is something that is ingrained in you that you can't even shake out, right?
Correct.
It makes you nervous and anxious to this day, doesn't it?
Yes.
Is it fair to say you felt that you were threatened that night?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you believe that you could have been subjected to serious bodily injury that night
Yes.
or death?
Correct.
And is that what you were worried about while you were sitting in that truck right next to your father?
I was afraid he was going to hurt us, yes.
And that was the sense that you got, correct?
Correct.
And the sense that you got with regard to death or serious bodily injury was because of the behavior of Kyle, right?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to back off this for a second because I want the jury to understand your relationship with your dad, okay?
Okay.
And again, you know, I'm sorry, okay? I mean, we're in a courtroom. This is an important case. I'm going to go right to it. You love your dad,
Of course.
and he loves you.
Yes.
I mean, he's absolutely dedicated to you.
100% all the time.
And he's been your single parent guy for quite a while, hasn't he?
Yes.
And why don't you tell the jury how long?
We've been on our own since I was in, I want to say, 8th or 9th grade.
Okay. And he's been taking care of you since then, right?
Yes.
I mean, he's the guy that looks out after you, you know, takes you to school when you got to go to school, right?
Takes me everywhere, school, cheer practice, dance, competitions, everywhere.
He's a good dad, isn't
Yeah,
he? And in fact, that night, he made sure to go and pick you up. I mean, it was a crummy day, it was lousy out, right?
yeah, he wouldn't let me drive.
He was worried about your safety that whole day.
Yes,
And when you got in the truck with him that night when he picked you up, he was doing okay, right? He wasn't angry or anything, was he?
no, I mean, he was tired from working, but he wasn't angry, he wasn't anything like that.
You guys were getting along just fine?
Yeah,
And when you started plowing, did you do a couple jobs with him before he went to your house?
I don't think so, I think we went right home.
Okay. And where were you working? Why don't you tell the jury?
I was working at a local pizza store in my hometown.
Okay. One of the local pizza places?
Yeah,
So he picks you up, and it's during that snowstorm, and you guys were going to go right home, right?
yes.
And again, who was in the house that night? You know, I know it was your dad and you that lived there, but who else was there?
My grandparents were downstairs, my little cousin was downstairs, and then my best friend was upstairs.
Your grandparents?
Yep,
And they care about you too.
yes,
And Jason was taking care of them too, wasn't he?
yes.
So he was taking care of you, he was taking care of your grandparents. How long had Jason lived in that house, do you know?
We've lived in that house since I was 2 or 3 years old.
All right, so he's been a regular fixture in that neighborhood for a couple decades, right?
Yes,
When you got in that truck that night, did you anticipate any trouble at all?
no,
It was just a regular night.
yeah.
And when you were plowing in front of the house, was there anything weird about it? I mean, was it just the typical plowing thing that you were doing?
Yeah,
Now, the jury has seen some videos of the whole, not the whole thing, but as much as we could capture on video, okay?
okay.
Would it be fair to say that you didn't capture the whole thing either?
No, I did not.
Would it be fair to say that the things that stuck out to you were the fear that it created when Kyle confronted your father?
Yes,
And the fear that it created and has been continuous with regard to the threat on your life?
I'm sorry, one more time.
The fear of the threat on your life?
Yes,
And as far as your dad was concerned, he wasn't swearing or anything at Kyle, from what you recall. Do you recall?
I don't remember.
He wasn't aggressive toward Kyle, was he?
I don't believe so.
In fact, Kyle came up abruptly and without any notice, correct?
Correct.
I mean, he kind of surprised you too.
Yes,
And did you notice that your father just stood up and stood in one place and didn't even move for a while?
I wasn't paying attention at that time. My concern, I was starting to get out of the truck, and that's when I noticed him. And as soon as I got back in and shut my door, I noticed my father had stepped out.
Okay, so you got out of the truck and you were just gonna go in the house or something?
Yes.
And then Kyle came?
So Dad parked, and I was getting ready to get out, and as I opened my door and looked up, I realized Kyle was right there, and I just got back in the truck and shut the door.
Okay, why did you shut the door with Kyle?
Because he was right there, and I wasn't gonna walk past him. I didn't know why he was over here. I didn't know what his intentions were.
All right, but then you got to hear his intentions, right?
Yes,
And he claimed that your father was plowing snow into his yard or something like that?
correct.
But you were right in that truck, right?
Yes,
You guys weren't plowing snow into the yard.
we were not.
So did that make any sense at all to you?
No, there's a telephone pole in the way.
When you describe Kyle, would it be fair to say that he was enraged?
Yes,
Would it be fair to say that he was acting really strange?
I mean, he was rocking back and forth, so I'd say he was angry.
You know, The prosecutor asked you whether or not Kyle had anything in his hands or anything, said he had anything. You didn't know if he had anything or not, do you?
His hands were in fists, so he had nothing in his hands. I don't know if there was anything in his pockets.
Right. You didn't know if there was anything in his pockets. Your father wouldn't have known either, right?
Correct.
But all you guys both knew is that you were being threatened.
Correct.
And you didn't even know why, right?
Correct.
It made no sense to you, correct?
No.
That somebody would be that enraged and that violent for no reason whatsoever, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you got back in the truck is because you were scared of Kyle.
Yes.
So this only took seconds. You know that, right?
Yeah.
And he came upon you unexpectedly, and he made a threat, and it didn't make any sense to you at all.
Correct.
The detective in the case wanted to know whether or not Kyle was close enough to your dad where if he threw a punch he would hit your father. And was he close enough to your dad where if he threw a punch he would hit your father?
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. But they were close up, right?
They were close, yes.
And you know what? I mean, what's weird is that the jury probably has a better view of how close he was to your dad than you did. Because they got to see the videos. Did you get to see any of those?
No.
Probably don't want to either.
Oh.
Now, after the shots were fired, okay, your dad drove the truck right into your driveway.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say he made no effort whatsoever to try to avoid the police?
He didn't.
In fact, he drove into the driveway. You guys, I take it, you guys were in some kind of a confused, scared state at the time.
Yes.
There was some exchange at the time, you know, should we go, should we stay?
Yeah.
But that wasn't a big thing. Your father wasn't saying, well, I'm leaving anyhow or anything.
No.
It was just something right after the fact that something came out, right?
Yes.
And what he actually did is he parked the truck and he shut it off.
He parked it. I don't remember if he turned it off or not, but he parked it.
Okay. Were you there when the police came?
I was.
Okay. So he was with the truck. He didn't move an inch from his property, correct?
Correct.
And he was about to dial, I'm sorry, he had dialed 911. He was about to engage it, correct?
Yes.
So he was taking that affirmative act at that time to contact emergency services, right?
Yes.
And before that could even be completed, the police were there.
Yes.
And from what you saw of your dad, was he completely cooperative with the police?
Yes. As soon as he saw the blue lights, he got out with his hands up.
He had his hands right up,
Yes.
ready to go. And you were there to observe him. Did he resist or say anything stupid to him or anything?
He didn't say anything to him. He was just outside standing with his hands up.
Did you see them escort him into a cruiser or anything like that?
I did not.
Okay, I mean, you were trying to stay away from this whole thing.
There was an officer talking to me, just letting me know to gather my things, and they were going to put me in the back of a cruiser.
Because they were going to take you to the police station.
Yes.
So when we're talking about, you know, recollections and what's in this transcript, it's fair to say that you didn't get to review it at the time.
Correct.
You didn't get to review it over the past year.
Correct.
And you didn't get to review it like before you took the stand.
Correct.
And the only time you've been seeing this stack of papers is this afternoon.
Correct.
And in all honesty, you probably did forget some stuff, right?
I'm sorry, one more
You
time?
probably did forget some stuff.
Most of it, yes.
Yeah. But what's the one thing you remember about that night, the clearest, without any question at all?
I remember him threatening us. I remember that after my dad pulled in the driveway, he got out with his hands up and didn't resist, and I remember going to the station.
And your dad would do anything to protect you, wouldn't he?
Of course he would.
And you told the police that too.
I did.
Thanks, Gil.
Thank you, Judge. You know, on that last point, you told the police that your dad would do anything to protect you, but you also told them you didn't think you should have shot him. Correct?
I don't recall.
Pardon me?
I don't recall.
May I approach, Judge?
Yeah. Page number.
20. 21, 26, 13. Can I ask you to read that? And they asked you, and you answered, do I think you should have shot him? No. Repeat it again. Do I think you should have shot him? No. Correct.
Correct.
And isn't that based on all the facts and circumstances you knew and saw, right?
Okay.
Correct?
What are you asking? I'm sorry.
You answered them that you didn't think you should have shot him because you were there to hear and see the events, correct?
Correct.
You were also asked by the police whether you were in fear of your life. And your answer was no. Because my dad was there. Is that right?
I don't recall, but that is something I would say because my dad would never let anything happen to me.
But that's, you know, Mr. Sisti asked you a number of questions, well, sort of stated questions, answers, that you were in fear for your life, weren't you? And you answered, yeah.
I was fearful because he threatened me, but I knew my dad wouldn't let anything happen to me.
Okay. And so the officers asked specifically about that. They asked you whether you were in fear for your life. You said no, because my dad was there.
Yes.
You knew that your dad previously told us that you were aware your dad carried a firearm every night when he went plowing.
Yes.
You were aware that he was armed.
Yes.
They were asking you when or if Mr. Violette actually did anything, not say anything, but did anything, threatening, and you described rocking back and forth.
Correct.
Rocking back and forth, and maybe he could throw a punch.
Yes.
Okay. But that was when they were standing face to face, correct?
Correct.
When your dad shot Mr. Violette, they were not face to face.
I don't recall.
When your dad shot Mr. Violette, he could not have punched him.
I don't recall.
When your dad shot Mr. Violette, he wasn't rocking back and forth, was he?
I don't recall.
And the only time you heard a threat was when Mr. Violette was standing next to the car.
Correct.
Not when he was standing out in front of your house in the street. Not when he was pacing back and forth, correct?
Correct.
And now Mr. Sisti asked you, Attorney Sisti asked you, is it clear in your mind that he said, I'm going to fucking kill you and your family or your daughter, correct?
Yes.
The first part of that threat was, if you keep moving snow onto my property, right?
I don't recall.
You certainly recall that he came over and was saying, I'm sick of you putting snow in our yard, correct?
I don't remember that.
page 314, Your Honor, may I approach? So this is page 3, counsel, line 12 through 18. If you could just read that to yourself, see if that helps.
Okay.
Does it help your memory?
Not really.
Okay, so what you said to investigators at the time, I got back into the truck and I didn't catch all of it, but I started listening. And all I heard was, I'm sick of you putting snow in our yard, which we weren't, putting snow in his yard, whatever. And like got bits and pieces of it, and all I got was, I'm gonna fucking kill you and your daughter. That's all I got. Correct?
Correct.
So you heard something about snow getting pushed and you heard a threat.
Correct.
And after that, Mr. Violette walked away.
I believe so. I don't remember.
And you at the time just said to the officers that he pulled a gun and that Mr. Violette was heading back towards his own home.
He was walking.
Described it to the officers as running.
Okay.
Fair, walking quickly back to his?
I don't remember.
Okay. The issue about, you know, what your dad did pulling back into the driveway, he didn't end up running, but he did have the conversation with you about whether he should, right?
Apparently, yes.
And how old were you at the time when he's asking you whether he should run after shooting a man in the street?
I was 19.
And it was you who answered him, no, stay right here.
Correct.
I've shown you the transcript a number of times. This is a transcript that you have said is a statement from a complete and honest account. Anything about seeing that transcript look unfair to you?
No.
And my understanding over the past year is you haven't really wanted to talk to anybody about any of this, correct?
I haven't been offered.
You haven't wanted to either, correct?
I didn't go out and reach out, no.
No. I'm not suggesting you should, but you have communicated to people that you really don't want to talk about this, correct?
In public.
And there's nothing about the transcripts that we've used to help with your memory or to give an account of statements that you made that was inaccurate, correct?
One more time?
There's nothing about these statements that I've shared with you that you've had an opportunity to look at that is inaccurate, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Actually, you wouldn't know if there's inaccuracies in it or not because they haven't given it to you.
Correct.
That's an interesting question. You haven't reviewed it, correct?
No, I haven't seen it.
Right. Now, let's go to page 21. All right, and I want to ask you something, okay? Nobody wants to shoot anybody anytime, right?
No.
And you're sitting there and you're saying to yourself, it's terrible that somebody shot somebody, right?
Correct.
And you wish that something like that would never happen, right?
100%.
Right. But that night it did, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's something that's out of character for your father, right?
Correct.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Approach.
She does seem irritated, and I do agree with you guys about the selective memory. I still feel really bad for her, though, to be having to be put in this position. Ugh.
That previous question was asked has now been withdrawn. I'm instructing you that any answer that was given to that previous question is disregarded by the jury. Thank you.
Now, you were basically in shock.
Yes.
And your father was acting nervous, correct?
Yes.
All right? He didn't know what to do.
No.
Both of you were there wondering what just happened, right?
Yes.
And the fact of the matter is that the detective that night basically asked you some questions about that situation. And one of them was that when he ultimately shot the neighbor, okay, was it wrong at any point in there? And you said, do I think he should have? No. Do I think he was just reacting out of someone threatening his
Hey,
kid?
Rosebud.
I think that is, you know.
Hey, good to see you, girlfriend. How you doing? Hey. It's good to see you last night too. Was it the Mr. E's Crimecast that I saw you in last night? I can't remember, Rosebud. But it's good to see you.
No, we all react in different ways. I think he was just, in the end, trying to make sure I didn't get hurt. And I know he will do anything to keep me protected. Do I think he should have shot him? No. Do I think it was his just automatic response of my kid's in the car, I need to protect her? Yes. Is that your opinion today?
Yes.
Right. Was there any question in your mind that your father utilized that firearm to protect you?
Yes, that's all he was doing, was protecting me.
And was he protecting you because you were...
Oh, thank you for that, Rosebud. I appreciate that. It was a really great conversation over there last night. For anybody following the Sebastian Rogers case, in case there's anybody in here, there's another really great channel that I like. And it's the E family. It's a husband and wife, and I think it's the wife's sister. But they do a little podcast, and they've been focusing really hard on Sebastian Rogers. But they're a very sweet family. It's a no drama live stream. So anyway, Rosebud says, hi everyone, I've missed you all so much. My grandson has been struggling in school, and I'm the one, to pick up the pieces. Yeah. That stinks. That stinks. All right, we'll get back to it. I'm going to find the E... I'm going to find Mr. E's channel link and post it for you guys. They're great. I love them over there.
Clearly threatened by somebody?
Yes.
And it scared you?
Yes.
And he was trying to take care of you?
Correct.
There's nothing wrong about that, is there?
No.
Thank you.
I move to strike, Your Honor. It's a conclusion for the jury whether there's something wrong with it.
In her opinion.
Yes.
The anti-fire restriction. Yes.
Okay, another little breaky break here. Hold on, Gail. I've got it right here. Subscribe to Mr. E's Crimecast. Here. And like I said, they have really great content. And they dive deep into the Sebastian Rogers stuff. But all of their videos are very no drama. They don't allow drama. So that's why I love it. I love, 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 love it. Yep. But Rosebud, you say you got your sword and your shield. Ma'am, I'm going to give you the same little snippet of information that I gave Michelle in here earlier today. Michelle is dealing with some stuff. Her mom is sick and she's an only child, and you know, she's having to, she said, feels like she's got to be Superwoman. And let me tell you, it's okay to not be Superwoman. You can only do what you can do. You're a human. Okay? You got to take care of yourself as well. But I know what you mean. Because kind of the same situation, right? But just gonna say, take care of you too. You promise. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good, Gail. You'll like them. You'll like them. They're very sweet. They're very kind people. And I like them a whole big bunch. A whole big bunch. You too, Rosebud. Yeah, they're just good people, you know? Good people. They themselves are dealing with, you know, family stuff. Middle E, one of their kids, has been super duper sick and dealing with some major health stuff, so. So they're done with this daughter. Bye, sweet little rabbit. Bye, sweet little friend. Furry little friend.
Oh. Why don't you come, we're just trying to get a sense of timing here.
That was pretty amazing. First time I've ever seen anybody on the witness stand with a comfort animal. Very cool. Very cool.
10 minutes. That's 2. Discuss amongst ourselves. It's actually 2:30 at this point. It's time for another break. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Give you a chance to stretch your legs. Use facilities. All rise, please.
All rise.
Thank you. Yeah, you can go, man.
Okay. We'll zoom on through. their break. Oh, wow. Looks like they're ending for the day, actually. Because it's only got like 6 or 7 minutes left. I'd say something's up with their witness, or it's going to be a long witness, and they're going to just let him go for the day. Juror 152 has a question. Can they please pet the bunny? I want to pet the bunny. Cute.
So, as sometimes is the case in trials, we've run into a little bit of a scheduling snafu in terms of witness availability. The result of which is we're going to we're going to end early today. So we're going to stop today at this point. Good news, it's a beautiful day out there, so you can enjoy the afternoon weather. We will resume on Monday morning at 10 o'clock. As you've been told, Monday's a short day. We're going to be going from 10 till noon, and then we're going to be done on Monday. I will tell you that even though we're stopping short today, and we've had a number of other delays, we are still well on track to finish this case on time. In fact, we may even finish this case. I don't want to make promises we can't keep, but we may even finish it earlier than we'd anticipated when we first scheduled this case. So everything is fine in terms of scheduling. So I'm going to be releasing you for the rest of the day. I need to just remind you of all the instructions I've given you in the past. I know I'm repeating myself. Do not speak about this case either amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Do not do any independent research about this case in any format or any way or manner. And do not view any media accounts or social media discussions or anything like that about this case. Try to stay away from it, which hopefully you'll have a nice weekend and you won't have to concern yourself with it at all. All right? Is there anything else from the parties?
No, sir. Nothing.
All right. Thank you, folks. We'll see you on Monday.
I was looking.
All right. They are done for the day. They're done for the day.
Thank you all. Obviously, to the extent that any decisions are made over the weekend in terms of motions, the extent you can get those in over the weekend so that we can have a heads up about what's coming on Monday morning, that would be helpful, but I'll leave it to you all to figure that all out.
We'll try to have a substantive discussion.
Very good. Otherwise, I'll see you Monday morning.
All right, you guys. That's it for the week. That is it for the week. I will say now that I've met the daughter and listened to her testimony, he seems a little less mean to me now, you know? I don't know. They said that he lived in that house since she was like 2 years old. So, in that neighborhood. So, I would love to, hear like character testimony from other neighbors about him and about the victim, Not that, I don't know that it makes a difference, but also, I don't know that have we heard anything about the victim having any sort of like, or the defendant, either one having any sort of like previous violent behavior, or I don't know. This is, I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I know what Gail thinks. Gail wants to pet the bunny. I want to pet the bunny too. Sad situation. Patricia says, love that, Gail. That was cute. We have a question. Can we pet the bunny? Oh, well. Well, you guys, it is Friday. I am excited for the weekend. This week feels like it flew by. Is it just me? You know, there's some weeks that just drag on forever. Like, you don't think you're ever going to see Friday. Right? And then there's some weeks that you're like, wait, wasn't yesterday just like Monday? And it's already Friday. But I'm here for it. I'm here for the weekend. Got my motor running. I do. No grand plans other than just, you know. I feel like, you want to know what I feel like? Because, see, you guys know, I told y'all, I started Weight Watchers again. I've lost 5 pounds since I started. I've been feeling better each day, right? Now, don't get me wrong. Right now, I could go in there and lay down and take a nap. Don't think for 1 second I couldn't or won't. Because I might very well just do it, you know, because I'm tired. But, I don't know if, I need to look and see how many weeks it's been. I feel like it's been about 4 weeks since the doctor doubled my thyroid medicine dose. So if that's the case, I mean, it could be that, you know, my thyroid is finally like getting more of what it needs. But I'm telling you, when I go, because I go the beginning, I think the first week of April, I go back for another blood draw for my thyroid, and I'm about willing to bet that she's going to want to double my thyroid medicine again. That's what I think. But anyway, Patricia, I think maybe I just feel like I don't know if it's the thyroid that's making me feel a little bit better, or like not as tired. Or if it's me eating better, you know, maybe it's a combination of all of it. I don't know, but I'm here for it, whatever it is. Gail says, I don't know. I have a hard time with the number of times he shot. I do too. And I think it would be different if on the video we saw the victim like continuing to charge at him. But he was already walking like away, you know? I don't know. I don't know. Thanks, Sherry. Thank you, Sherry. Gail, I hope you have a great weekend too, honey. You too, Sherry. Gina says, enjoy everyone. It's been a beautiful week here in Ohio, but I think the weekend is going to be rainy. Yeah, I know. I'm worried about that too. I'm on 150 of Central. Oh, are you? Yeah. Well, I think that I probably should be somewhere around that neighborhood. But, yeah. Gina said, me too, Gail. Seems more anger than scared. Yeah. Bye, friends. Have a great weekend. Be safe and watch these storms. It's been rainy for you all week. Oh, wait. I meant to click Patricia's and Nightbot popped up there. Sorry about that. We've been the opposite. It's been rainy all week, and here comes the sun. Sure, it's definitely one of those. It is one of those odd cases for sure, Cherie. Been rainy all week there, and here comes the sun. Yeah, it has been opposite because we've had all the sun, and now we're going to get all the rain. So it is what it is, right? All right, you guys, one more time before we go. We're going to play the moderator. I'm going to show off the new moderator's break room. Before we go, one more time. I think I'm going to work this somehow or another. I want to work this into my intro, or maybe make like maybe make it be like like I don't know. I'll figure it out. I love it so much. There's Margaret up there hanging out under the fridge. Oh my God. All right, you guys. That was courtesy of Morgana and Morgana's daughter. Thank you so much again, you guys, for fixing that, making it. That's the best thing ever. I adore it. All right. I'm going to get out of here, but I hope you guys have a great weekend. And I hope you have a great weekend too, Patricia. All of you guys. I hope you all have a great weekend. And Michelle, if you're still listening, I hope that your mama gets to feeling better ASAP. Okay? But I will see you guys back on Monday. He said that it would be a short day. So I'll probably just, stream it a little bit like later. If they start at 10, I'll try to start around. Oh my goodness, see what I'm saying? I'm getting that evening time slump. Probably start about 11-ish. Yeah, today was different because I had some stuff going on, but I planned to come on at 11 o'clock this morning, but life had other plans, so but anyway, that's what we'll shoot for, is 11 o'clock Monday morning, and stream for a couple hours, and then, yeah, we'll just have a short day on Monday. All right? I love you guys. Thank you for joining me. Make sure to hit that thumbs up button before you go. I would love it. And subscribe. I would love for you to subscribe. If you stumble over here and you like it, then just click that little subscribe button and ring that little notification bell. And For all my replay crew, make sure to put a hashtag replay in the comments down below. Let me know what your thoughts are. See you at noon, says Morgana. Yeah. Yeah. Today it wasn't even noon. It was past noon. It was noon 45. Oh my God. I love y'all. I'll see you next week. Bye.
You